themselves. The session is starting in a minute, and the chair is Laurent Bezassier, professor at the University of Grenoble.
Merci, thanks. So good afternoon. Welcome to this session number 10, called Scientific Aspects Related to Handling Language Diversity. And we will start immediately with the first presentation by Odette Scharenborg from Delft University of Technology. And she will, the title of her talk is Towards Speech Technologies for Unwritten Languages. And yes, let's call those languages oral languages, as it was said this morning by Stephen Bird. Please.
Well, thank you. Ooh. So this thing, or?
Yes, I think you can try it.
That one?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So first of all, I would actually like to say that I'm really happy to be here, and I find this a really inspiring conference. It's been eye-opening and humbling, actually, to hear all your talks and to see what's happening. I would have liked to actually change my slides in the light of everything I've heard so far, but since my slides were already here, I couldn't. So I'm going to present to you what I was planning to present, and maybe in the panel discussion afterwards we can talk about some of the other things that I've been thinking about. So I would like to talk about speech technology for unwritten languages. As you might know, if you want to build automatic speech recognition systems, you need lots of speech data, and you need to know what has been said. So you need to know what the words are in the speech signal. On top of that, you need lots of text to build your language models. But for some languages, we have training data, so we have the speech data, we have the transcriptions, but it's not enough to actually train the deep neural networks that we typically use nowadays. For quite a few languages, we have some data with some transcriptions. For some languages, we have speech data without any transcriptions. And then there are lots of languages that are unwritten, that do not have a common writing system or oral languages. So the question that I want to address is, how do we build automatic speech recognition systems for low resource languages, so languages for which we have some speech data and some transcriptions, and for languages that actually lack an orthography? And in the field of automatic speech recognition, there are three main streams or approaches to try to build ASR systems for such languages. The first one is called the zero-resource approach. The second one is the multi-language or cross-language approach. And the third one is the multimodal approach. And I'll talk about them briefly in the next slides. So for the zero-resource approach, basically the idea is to discover acoustic or even linguistic units of the low-resource or unwritten language from the raw speech data, without assuming you have any other type of knowledge. You just have the speech data. So what do? Basically, you have the speech signal, you chop it up into tiny bits and pieces, and you compare them, and you see which ones are similar, and those are your clusters. And typically what you end up with is 2 to 3 times as many units that are automatically discovered compared to how many phonemes there are in a language. So there's definitely not a one-on-one correlation between the sounds of a language and the discovered units. But at least there is a way of getting some kind of units out of the language. So the second type, so multilingual and cross-lingual approaches, the aim here, or the idea, is to create universal or cross-linguistic automatic speech recognition systems by training on multiple languages. We know what sounds exist in different languages. We have the IPA, the International Phonetic Alphabet. So the idea is, if we assume that all the sounds that can be produced are actually in the IPA, then we can build an acoustic model for each of these different sounds. And then we can recognize any language. Well, the problem is that different languages have different productions of each IPA sound. So my favorite example is the S. So I'm a native Dutch speaker, and the S is S in Dutch. In English, it's a S, to slightly more frontal. Both times it's just, you know, the S symbol, but there's a slight difference in pronunciation. And this is basically true for every phone that exists. So the idea then is to build language-dependent adaptations of each of these language-independent phones. So you've got your phone description, so the linguistic unit, and you're building a language-dependent acoustic model of that. And then you can use that to build your ASR system. And this, the third one, is based on how children learn a new language. So we're talking about hearing and seeing children. The way they typically acquire language is by using their auditory information, but also using their eyes. They're using visual information. So this newest stream, this newest approach of trying to build ASR systems for unwritten languages uses this bimodal information. And this is started by a lab at MIT, and what they did was they used images, so visual information, to discover word-like units from the speech signal. And what they basically do is you have your speech signal, you have an image, and the speech signal is a description of your image, and you're trying to make speech-image associations. Then 2.5 years ago, we had a JSOLT workshop, the one that Sanjeev was talking about yesterday, and we extended this approach. Actually, it was the one behind me, Laurent. And what he did was he used translations rather than images to create speech translation associations. So what does it sort of look like? So imagine you've got your speech signal at the bottom. You don't know what has been said, or you can't write it down what has been said, but you do have a picture, like the tree in a field up there. You have, or you have the caption or description in another language. So the speech stream is supposedly Korean, for instance, like the one in the middle in the circle here, but you don't know that. You do have your image, you do have your translated text. Now, can we create, that doesn't work. Can you create images or representations that go from the images to the speech signal, from the translation to the speech signal, in a way that you can chunk out or segment the speech stream and identify the words basically in the speech stream using the images and the translations, or the translations as a way of bootstrapping your system. So these are automatic speech recognition techniques to build systems for unwritten languages. Now, the nice thing is that there are different ways of doing this. The bad news is they're definitely not working good enough yet. At the same time, the speech technology for unwritten languages is becoming more in the focus of many researchers, and there are some other trends happening, and I would like to talk to you, mention these at least to you. So some emerging speech technology for unwritten languages, and the first one was already mentioned earlier today by Alan Black. This is actually his work. So text-to-speech without T. So we call this TTS without T, so text-to-speech without text. So can you create a TTS system bypassing the need for textual representations, which is what you would need to do in case of an unwritten language. And the system that Alan has built can actually do that because it can use the units that have been found, for instance, with the automatic discovery, or the zero resource approach, or the multilingual approach. You can use these units, or even the multimodal approach, you can use these units to build a speech synthesizer and actually have it produce speech in that language. So the input would then be the waveform and some kind of symbolic sequence of words or phones that are automatically discovered or trained without having a need for a text. And the output would be a simple speech synthesizer. There are some issues here, and that is that people, when you go out into the field and you record a corpus of a language, you get whatever speech you get. So this is not in a consistent like reading style. You typically have multiple speakers rather than one speaker. So when you want to build a synthesizer, it's slightly sounding odd. The recordings typically are poor in a poor recording environment, not like in nice booths and with perfect microphones, etc. And you typically only have a small amount of data. So although this works, we have some examples. I didn't bring them, unfortunately, but we have some examples. You get something out, but it's definitely not up to scratch, not comparable to, well, high resource TTS systems. Then there's image-to-speech retrieval. So this is basically based on what I already said about the idea that human children, when they learn a language, they're using images and or visual information or auditory information. And this is the same idea. This is sort of the underlying, well, the application that they came up with. And that's that you can retrieve an image given a spoken caption. So if you want to order something online, for instance, like you want to buy a new coat, instead of having to type everything in, you can just speak to the system and say, show me all pictures of a coat. That's basically what this task does. Then there's speech to translation, also already mentioned. So we can translate from raw speech without any intermediate transcription into another language. So for instance, on the project that we worked on, we were looking at Emboschi speech that was automatically translated into French text. So we don't actually have to write down the Emboschi because we can't, it's an unwritten language. At the same time, we get some kind of transcription, in this case, French. Another task that is gaining a bit of traction is image-to-speech generation. So this is the task. One more minute? Okay. So the idea here is you have an image and you want to be able to describe what's in the image. So this is automatic captioning of your image. So imagine for social media, you can't actually look on your phone, but you want to know what kind of image a person has sent to you. You can have it, you can build a system that automatically generates the caption. In this case, we have two references. A boy in a blue top is jumping off some rocks in the woods, and a second person wrote, a boy jumped off a tan rock, and then the automatic system came up with a description that says, a man is jumping in the forest. So this sounds pretty okay. In reality, the performance is quite poor, but this was a pretty good example, I think. And then the fourth and final task I would like to point out, and this is related, but then the opposite, is speech-to-image generation. So I have a PhD student working on this. So given a spoken caption, can you generate a picture? So not retrieve a picture from a database, but can you generate it? And again, without the need for any textual information. So going straight from the speech signal to the image. So to conclude, my take-home message is building speech technology by bypassing the need for text as possible. But what's not on this slide, and that I do really want to point out, is that really we are taking the initial steps. None of this is actually at the point where we can use it. And this is stuff that we love working on, but what I would actually like to ask you, especially people whose native language is an unwritten language, what kind of applications would you like? Thank you.
So now we switch to the second presentation, which will be given by Professor Satoshi Nakamura. So he's professor at the Nara Institute of Science and Technology in Japan, and the title of the presentation will be Semi-Supervised Learning, Machine Speech Chain, Code Switch, and Automatic Interpretation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for introduction, and thank you very much for giving me this great opportunity, and it's a great honor for me to present our research activity. And this is a work with the Sakuya Nisakti sitting over there, and Katsuhito Sudo sitting in the office at Nara, Japan. Okay, so my topic is here. I would like to skip the, because title is very long. So I'd like to talk about a little bit technical issues. The speech processing recently, due to the progress of the deep learning, the ASR and TTS performance is rapidly, remarkably improved. But still, those ASR technology, ASR system or TTS, text-to-speech system, needs a lot of speech and transcription paired data. So preparing this speech and transcription paired data is very costly, and this is very difficult point for the indigenous languages. And also for speech recognition, we need more speakers. Okay. So, and then, as I said, preparing the large amount of the speech and transcription pair data is very hard for indigenous language. And then we'd like to develop some technology to tackle this problem. So our technology is machine speech chain approach, which unifies speech recognition and TTS. So by this technique, we can build the ASR TTS with unpaired speech and transcription. And this can be applied to the code switching speech. I will talk this kind of thing later. So in this case, we assume that we can prepare some of the data, some of the paired data. So Odette said that there is no some data without any transcription, but so we assume that we have a small amount of paired data. So this is a human speech production and hearing mechanism, and not only we produce the sound and then listener listen to the sound and understand the intention of the speaker, but in addition we listen our voice by our ear in order to stabilize the speech production or predict the understanding of the speech. So we'd like to, so this original idea is proposed by Dennis Pinson in 1973, but we'd like to, realize the similar method, approach in computers. And then we try to realize the audio feedback loop to the, for example, ASR system and TTS system to realize the closed loop for ASR and TTS. So currently we use this idea for training of the ASR and TTS. So here's the kind of idea. So we couple the ASR, speech recognition, and the text-to-speech synthesis in this way. And we suppose we can prepare the paired data from one speaker to build the ASR system. And also we suppose we have a data to build the TTS system for one speaker. Okay, so now we have suppose we have X here. This is a new speech from the same speaker, and we apply the ASR to transcribe the Y hat, which is the transcription of the X. And then use this X, Y hat, then try to synthesize speech by TTS system. And then we can get the synthesized speech, which is X hat, left upside. So we have the original speech and the synthesized speech, and then we calculate the difference between the original speech and the synthesized speech. And then we calculate the loss between the X and X hat. And using this loss, we can estimate the parameter of TTS and the ASR by using the back propagation. Because all the modules are built by back propagation, deep neural network. And the same thing for the text. We have a text, then synthesized speech by TTS, and then transcribed by ASR. Then we got predicted text again. So we can calculate the distance between two original text and estimated text. And we calculate the loss of the two Y and Y hat, then re-estimate the parameter of the TTS and the ASR. So doing this, we only have, we prepare the single speaker ASR and TTS. We can re-estimate, improve the performance of ASR TTS using this loop. Okay, so, but this is only a system for one speaker, but we have to increase the number of speakers toward the speaker-independent ASR. And here's the one system. Then we prepare the speaker leg, the green one. So suppose we can prepare the several speakers, ASR and the TTS. Then we use the speaker embedding, speaker vector, then using this vector to synthesize speech. Also, important thing is that in the speech synthesis case, we don't know the speaker's individuality, only given the text. But speaker vector can realize the speaker individuality but not only discrete representation of the speaker vector, we can, we can generate a continuous speaker variability by this, and then we can generate the new speaker's voice. And then automatically the ASR system can estimate the parameter to recognize a new speaker's voice. Then gradually, we can increase the number of speaker and the performance of the ASR and TTS system. So originally, we have a pair data, but gradually, we can improve the performance for ASR and TTS, only using the text data only or speech data only. So I think this mechanism will be useful for indigenous languages. And also, this is also useful for code switching speech. The code switching speech is a mixed multilingual input speech. And we don't know what kind of languages or when the languages are switched. But this is very difficult to prepare the pair data, speech and transcription. So we use this speech chain mechanism to generate. Originally, we generate the code switch text. And using TTS, we generate code switch text and then estimate the ASR and the TTS parameters. So this mechanism can be used for this code switching speech as well. And so I would like to move to the speech translation topic. As Odette already talked about the speech translation. The speech translation is a very important technique for cross-lingual communication. So here is the simple sketch of the speech translation. So here is center, the machine translation is located in a center. And speech translation is a kind of translation of the transcribed text to the target language text and apply the TTS. But this is not the case for the human-human communication, right? So for human communication, we need a real-time process. And also, we need to consider the emphasis or emotion, more friendly communication. And also, the system needs to consider the context and the situation. But the recent, latest speech translation system doesn't consider this kind of thing at all. So we have to do a real-time process, incremental process, like a human interpreter. And also, the system needs to extract paralinguistic information, which is the emotion or style, or personality, prosody, or gesture, or something. And then preserve this information in a target language. So structure of this information will be totally different, sometimes very different from the source language and to the target language. But we have to preserve this information. And sometimes we need image captioning or image generation. And this kind of system also, we need to consider the discourse context and domain knowledge. And domain knowledge is sometimes very different between the different cultures. So we have to integrate all the things in the speech translation. But current speech translation doesn't consider this kind of thing at all. So this is a lot of challenges, I think. And also, here is one example between the English to Japanese interpretation. English is subject, verb, object syntax, and the Japanese is SOV, okay? And this is a sentence, English sentence, and I put the number into the phrase. Okay, so then if we translate, the order is like this, 19876543. The alignment is like this. The system needs to, human being memorize everything and then produce the sentence. And the number of chunk is more than 3. But if the interpreter translate this, so order is 1, 2, 4, 3, 6, 5, 7, 9, 8. Okay? So this is the process, you know. The interpreter will produce the translated phrase in between before the end of the utterance, and this is a stack. Then the number of chunk is less than 3. So this is the beautiful process in human interpreters. Probably he is doing now that. So we'd like to realize, consider this kind of thing as well, because for example, Japanese and English is very different languages. And I would like to touch a little bit about the international collaboration. So here's the Oriental COCOSDA conference. This is the Oriental chapter of International Committee Coordination and Standardization and Speech Database and Assessment Technology, a little bit longer. But this is a COCOSDA Oriental chapter which covers the Asia-Pacific region. And we started this conference in 1993. Currently, we are in 2019. The 2020, we will go to the Yangon, Myanmar. So the people from the Asian region come to this conference and then present technical issues. And also, we have a country region report from each area, and we can exchange ideas and discuss little topics related to the language. So please join this conference if you're interested. And so this is very important activities in Asia-Pacific area, I think. And also, yesterday, Sebastian told about CSTAR, which is the Speech Translation Advanced Research Consortium. So we have A-STAR, Asian version of the speech translation from 2007 to 2009 by the 8 participants. So this can be done by the Japanese domestic funding. So they allow us to use this money for this Asian collaboration. And then we can work for the speech translation. And then as a result, we developed the standardization of network-based speech-to-speech translation. And we succeeded to do finish the recommendation for network-based speech translation. So I think this international collaboration can do this kind of standardization. Then beyond this standardization, we can build each modules in each languages and then connect into one system. And then this is conclusion, the last slide, thank you. So machine speech chain is a mechanism to mimic a human being. As Odette said, we'd like to implement a human-like learning mechanism to speech processing for continuously learn the languages. And then speech translation is the real-time process and also paralinguistic translation. We have a lot of work here, but I don't have time to go into the detail. So please take a look at the website. And also, as a future work, we need many things: understanding intentions and the context, situations, and the multimodality and common sense and knowledge. And also, as I said, international collaboration is very important for languages, cross-lingual communication. But domestic funding is not enough for this kind of work. So I'd like to say that we need a UNESCO international research project for language technology for all. Thank you very much.
Third presentation will be given by Sjur Nørstebo Moshagen. He is a chief engineer at the Arctic University of Norway, and the title of the talk will be Rich Morphology, No Corpus, and We Still Made It, the Sami Experience.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'll give you a very brief overview of what we have done for the Sami languages. The work with Sami languages started about 15 years ago by the Sami Parliament, which is quite important in this context. That is, that the initiative came from the Sami people. And our experience during these years has shown that community engagement and cooperation has been is key to a successful language technology project. The way we have been working with the Sami languages, the Sami languages have anything from just a handful of speakers until up to North Sami, which has about 25,000 speakers. And with corpus material from nothing to some million words. North Sami we have 30 million words. But for most languages there is, in practice, nothing. Is that we're using rule-based technology. And we're working as traditional descriptive linguists. We built a model of the morphology, inflection, derivation, and built up the lexicon, a model of the phonology, in formalisms that can be compiled into something that the computer can process automatically. And the end result is that we only need one native speaker. And you will make nice, useful, valuable tools for the community. You don't need a corpus. Of course, it's very helpful to have a corpus. But you can do without if you work the way we have been doing. And we have shown that through the work we have done that our technology supports complex morphology and morphophonology. Some linguists have described some of the Sami languages as maybe the most complex languages of the world. You may disagree, but the point is that they are not the easiest ones. But the technology also works for less complex languages. So in practice, you can use it for any language if you want. Briefly, the technology that we've been using is the Helsinki Fine State technology, developed in Helsinki, obviously, for the morphology and the phonology part. We've been using constant grammar for the syntactical analysis, grammar checking, and so on. On top of that, we ourselves built tools and integration with applications. And our sister team, Gelatechno, has been building language learning tools using linguistic analysis. And for machine translation, we have been using Apertium, which has been mentioned here as well. So far, we have been, of course, working with the Sami languages, but we have also established cooperation with communities, universities in other countries. We have been working with other Uralic languages and with Greenlandic, and we have an established cooperation with Alt Lab at the University of Alberta in Canada, working with the First Nation languages there. And we also have cooperation with the Faroese people. And all of these languages, except Faroese, are known to have extremely rich morphology. And our technology handles it without problems. And we've been built a number of tools for these, using these technologies and for these languages. We've been spell checkers. Should say that the spell checker here is just a technical demo. This one is not released. We made it just to show that we can handle syllabic writing systems as well as alphabetic ones. We do not handle ideographic writing systems, but otherwise we can handle about anything. We've been building grammar checkers and mobile keywords with spellers using the full model of each language. It's fast, responsive. So you get mobile phone spellers as you build your model of the language. And we also have built rule-based machine translation from North Sami to Norwegian. And only in that direction, as it is a point for us to free the indigenous language community to use their own language so that for the majority community, language community, they can just use machine translation to understand. The other way, building machine translation from the majority to the minority. I mean, machine translation, as you know, is not perfect. It produces a lot of bad language. So you want to avoid that, to not fill up the corpus with bad language. It's small enough as it is, so the good one. Also, analyzed corpus we've been building, and intelligent computer-assisted language learning, as well as dictionaries with grammars, morphological analysis, and so on. So all of these tools based on the traditional linguistic work. And everything is, of course, open source, as well as the technologies behind them. Okay, so this is what we did. We did make a lot of tools. We did make without a corpus. And it's useful, and it's used every day by the Sami communities, and it's valuable. But still, there are things that are not working as we'd like to. For example, we cannot use our spellers as people would expect in, for example, Chromebooks, Google Docs, or Microsoft Office 365. A lot of indigenous languages use diacritics, or letters with diacritics, letters that are not in Unicode as pre-composed letters. These letters are often hard or impossible to read because the text renderers in various systems don't handle dynamic composition pretty well. So it makes the text unreadable. This is a problem, of course. What should you do with Unicode if you can't use it, if you can't read the text? Dictionaries are important to indigenous languages. And for the majority languages, you can just, if there's a word you don't know, you just tap on it on your phone and tap on lookup. You can't do that because the same frameworks are not available to us. And we can't localize software and operating systems. I know people have talked about that here, but I mean, we can't, of course you can translate some of the things that are out there, not everything. But even when you can translate, you can't easily provide it or give it to the end user. So I mean, it's not in practice really available in the way we would like to. Speech technologies are mostly locked by default. That doesn't mean that you can't make speech technology. It just means that you can't put it into systems and places where the users expect them to be. So we can't provide the tools and services our users want in all the contexts that they actually expect them to be. And just to be clear, those three components depicted here, they are just examples. These problems are found throughout the industry. So it's nothing personal here. What we propose as a solution is 4 simple principles for software development from the perspective of indigenous languages. And we have announced a manifesto for open language technology that we hope that you would like to sign. The 4 principles are open localization. So all software should be localizable independently of the producer of the software. And the interfaces, the programming interfaces for the language, for whatever software. The programming interfaces that relate to languages, natural languages that is, should be open and accessible. Doesn't mean open source, just that you publish the interfaces, document them, and let them be used without licensing restrictions, without money, without anything. Also, the linguistic resources for any language should be open, given the permission of the language community. We all know that a lot of indigenous language communities have had and are experiencing today quite problematic situations, and they have reasons to be kind of careful about the language. So make sure that you have permission, but given permission, it should be as open as possible. Finally, international standards relating to languages should be respected, fully implemented, and kept up to date, like the ISO 639 for language codes, so that people don't have to type in ISO codes to get the speller to work, for example. This manifesto, our goal is that we should get indigenous self-determination in the digital realm. That is, indigenous communities should not have to ask the IT industry for permission to do whatever they want and to need. The needs of the different communities are, of course, very different. Sometimes some communities want spellers, other ones keyboards, some want speech technology. I'm not the one to say what you should do. I just want to say to the computer industry, don't stop people. Let them do what they want, they themselves decide they need. That's the whole point. And you can sign the manifesto here. Thank you very much.
I just have to put back the last slide so that people can see the manifesto website. And then
we have some flyers at the back with the URL.
slide.
I think so. It should be.
Yeah, it will be shown at the end of the session. So let's switch to the next presentation. The title is Mining for Multilingual Resources on the Web, and it will be presented by Holger Schwank, professor and working at Facebook Research.
Okay, good afternoon. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this work conference for the opportunity to present some of our research here. So the goal of this work is to produce additional resources and hopefully bring modern language processing to more languages. It's the wrong slide. I think we have to boot the machine. Okay. Okay, so during this conference, we've heard plenty of times that in the world we have more than 7,000 languages, and actually more of 40% of them are considered endangered. This means spoken by less than 1,000 people, and roughly 23 languages account for half of the population. So what about handling those languages? Right now, machine translation can handle about 100 languages, but even worse, most of the modern NLP applications like classification, natural language inference, question answering, or dialogue are mainly only in English. So what is happening? That input in a foreign language is translated into English, handled, and maybe back translated. But actually that's, I believe, not the best choice, because English has not a lot of morphology, and if you translate from different language into English, you lose a lot of information. Well, before presenting our resource, let me give a really rough overview how today natural language processing is working. So all the current systems, they are learned from examples. This means, for instance, for classification, we show a sentence, a label like this is news data, this is financial data or sports data. For machine translation, we have a sentence in the source language and the target language, or for question answering, we have a question with a paragraph where it's highlighted what should be the good answer. And then we train systems to learn the task from this data. This means that data is really important. And there's actually a saying there's no better data than more data, but quality always is important. But actually this data has to come from somewhere, and most of the case it's actually labeled by humans, which is obviously a costly and time-consuming process. And usually it's limited to a few languages. The one option is, that is getting more and more common, is to search for additional data, maybe even labeled data on the internet. In this talk, I would like to concentrate what we call parallel corpora, which is used for machine translation and many other multilingual applications. This is basically a collection of sentences and their translations. And that's really a mandatory resource to build machine translation, even if there's some approaches for unsupervised MT right now. So of course, there's some existing collections, mostly coming from international organizations like the European Commission or the United Nations, which exist in the corresponding languages. And some community-supported efforts, basically volunteers translate data on the web, but sometimes the quality is a little bit unknown. So the goal of this work is now to use the internet as data provider and try to find parallel sentences on the internet. And actually there are billions of sentences outside, but we have to find them. And this is literally looking for the needle in the haystack, because we have so many texts out there, which are the mutual translations. Doing this is not totally a new research. This was done for more than 10 years, but as usual, it was focused on the usual language pairs like English, French, maybe Chinese, English, but not all the other languages were really needed. Our approach is based on what we call the multilingual representation, which was already presented before. So without going into technical details, what's the idea? If we handle text, internally the computer has a representation, which is a high-dimensional vector. And the idea is, if you have sentences written in different languages but meaning the same thing, then they will represent it very close in this space. And this, we developed an approach we can handle this. Right now we have more than 90 languages written in 23 different scripts and coming from more than 30 different linguistic families. And this approach is actually freely available. I will give the link at the end. Once we have this representation, how can we use it to look for parallel data? The idea is pretty simple. You take two sentences you find on the internet, you calculate this representation, and then you just calculate the distance in the space. If it's very small, it's likely translation. If not, you discard it. And that you have to do is for all the sentences you find on the internet. You can already feel the idea is simple, but there's some computation to do. I would like to come back to the language families. So our approach has been seen more than 30 different language families. And to the best of my knowledge, many minority language or even local dialects are close variants to some major language. And that we have to take advantage of it. Because we can then generalize to languages which we have not seen, but which are close to many languages of the same family. Let me give an example. For instance, the Indo-Aryan languages, which are spoken by roughly 800 million people, that's much more than whole Europe, with its 20 languages. For instance, our system has in Hindi, Sinhala, and Urdu, and actually we are able to handle quite well Marathi and Nepali, also we have never seen it. Same thing holds for the Malayo-Polynesian languages. Again, 400 million people. We have seen Indonesian and Malay, but we're able to process Tagalog or Javanese. And that's actually, from my point of view, an important message. If we want to handle low-resource languages, we have to go massively multilingual. We cannot just build a system for a low-resource language. We have to handle as many languages as possible, and somehow for free, we get at least some low-resource languages. Okay, so we did this, and we started with Wikipedia, which is probably one of the largest collection of high-quality texts because they were written by humans and verified, and potentially it contains a lot of mutual translations, because some of these texts were actually translations from initial texts in English or other languages. But we have to be careful because sometimes they evolve. They're initial translations, but then they're modified, and they're not really totally parallel again. So we run our approach on Wikipedia for all languages, and we call this Wikimetrics because we applied it systematically for all language pairs. So a lot of people just focus on getting parallel text between English and all the languages. But we have all the pairs. So we have Hindi with Arabic, Hebrew with Japanese, anything that you want. This gives you in total 85 languages, more than 1,600 language pairs, and 135 million parallel sentences. And I want to insist it, so Wikipedia is an open license, so all this data is freely available. Just to give you a rough idea, obviously you can read it, that's the Wikimetrics. So in this table you see for all these 83 languages, the number of sentences we have with other languages. So you see the table is filled, so we have pairs for every possible language. And also, for some language pairs actually have more data with other languages than English. For instance, Spanish, Catalan, there's a lot of data, or even, I think, Russian, Ukrainian, all these red points. Okay, so once we built Wikimetrics, they're pretty happy, but actually there's more data out on the internet. And we started to process something what is called Common Crawl. It's basically huge collections on a lot of text on the internet. We handled this, and this gave more than 36 billion unique sentences, so we removed all duplicates. Then we did a lot of calculation, we run our algorithm over it, and we get really a huge corpus out of it. It's more than 45 billion sentences in 39 languages. Okay? 45 billion is a number, it's a huge number, but can someone imagine how much is it actually? I did a really rough estimate, it's probably more than 1 kilometer of books, full with sentences. Let's compare this corpus with existing one. So everybody who does an NLP or machine translation knows the Europal corpus. Exists in 21 languages and is roughly about 80, I can't even read it, 92 million sentences. Then there's the United Nations corpus, which is bigger, but only in 6 languages. Then there's some European project that also mines for data in 25 languages, but only focus on English. And then our approach is a Wikimetrics, which has a lot of languages, but it's not so big. And then you see the big red bar. This is a new corpus, Common Crawlmatics, which is much, I think it's really, right now, the largest collection of parallel sentences. Okay, so size is something, but also we want to have an idea how good are these translations, because it's easy to say I have found something. So we trained neural MT systems on it. So we take only the data that we found on internet, no human verified data. And then For insiders, every year we have an international evaluation called the WMT, where we look what the state of the art of current MT performance. So we trained our systems on this, and actually we're able to outperform all existing systems for a couple of language pairs, like German English, Russian English, and Chinese English. In particular, English into German, it's much better. So these scores are the so-called bleu scores, so higher is better. Okay, so I'm already at the end of my talk. So all this, everything that I presented is freely available. So the toolkit to calculate these massively multilingual embeddings and also the data, just go to the site and you can find it. Thank you very much in many languages.
Thanks. So next presentation will be given by Brian Rourke, research scientist at Google, and the title is Text Entry for All.
Okay, this talk I'm going to hit on some themes that we've heard throughout the conference, so sort of preaching to the choir here a bit. But to frame it in terms of language technology overall, typically language technology is thought of as processing linguistic inputs of some sort or another. And we think of the technology as acting on this input. You're given some kind of linguistic input, the technology then does something. So if we provide it with words or sentences, documents, it will find an answer or relevant documents to a query, perform some kind of an action, for example, play a song or set an alarm, translate to another language, or summarize, say, a set of documents briefly. But language technology, as we've heard in this conference, is needed even earlier. It is needed to help in inputting the sentences itself. So that's what this talk is about. Technology for writing is nothing new. So pencils, typewriters, linotype machines used for printing presses are all technology. And new methods for mobile text entry that are ubiquitous now have leveraged very familiar writing technology for many classes of scripts. So for whatever reason, for historical reasons, most people will use some kind of a keyboard-derived input modality on their mobile device. So this would be a virtual keyboard, essentially in the shape of old typewriters that we used and which have been used for a very, very long time. These virtual keyboards use a lot of language technology. So you may think that you're hitting the keys precisely when you're typing on your mobile device, but I can assure you that you're not. And there are models that are operating on this to infer your intended sequence from the actual places in which you interacted with the device, either through touch or some kind of gesture. And so we rely upon these models that know something about what you're likely to type to fix some of these small errors and also to make suggestions about what you might have otherwise intended. So that's one common modern input technology that's in wide use. Speech recognition is also widely used in many languages, and that's also available simply for getting your intended input into the device, however you intend to use that. It may not be for a human-computer interaction. It may be for a human-to-human interaction. You may be using it to send a text message. So far, so good. What is the problem with this? Well, we're a long way from universally accessible text entry. And there's a range of issues that arise, and I've made an attempt with my colleague to put these into several categories that I'll discuss in turn. First, some scripts are simply harder to input directly than others. Beyond the scripts, some languages, in fact, make use of multiple scripts. And this adds additional complexity, as I'll describe. speakers of multiple languages or dialects may need to adapt scripts to their native language. So they may be literate in a lingua franca and want to apply the script that they know to a communication need in a language for which they don't typically use it. And finally, I also want to emphasize that individuals may have disabilities that preclude the use of standard keyboards or speech recognition, and this is something that arises across all of these language communities, and something that we need to pay attention to when building these language technologies. So in the following slides, I'll have some example solutions, but really more questions than answers, and this is something where there's research that's required to be done to come up with the best solutions. So scripts that are difficult to input directly. So it's often easier in scripts that have many characters to type with Roman letters than to type directly in the native script. So an example of this is in Japanese, where they might type bento in the Roman script, which would correspond to the sequence in the native script. In Japanese and Chinese, many of these romanization systems are formalized, and so there is a single correct way to perform the romanization. However, in other languages, for example in the Brahmic scripts, it's also difficult to enter text directly, although there's not as many symbols as in these other scripts. There are complex ways in which symbols combine and other reasons that make it oftentimes easier to make use of the Roman script. However, in these languages, there's no standard orthography in the Roman script, meaning that individuals will use the Roman script essentially to transcribe in the Roman script what their intended words are in their native script. So what can we do in this case? Well, one thing that we can do is we can transliterate to the native script. So I have a graphic here that's actually pulled from a nice one that actually has motion, but for this talk I pulled out a still image that has a swipe trail there of somebody typing on the Latin keyboard for Hindi. And so we can transliterate to the native script. However, given the idiosyncrasies of how individuals may choose to Romanize the particular target words, this is a bit noisy. So this is a sort of stochastic decision process. And so for this kind of process, not only do we need the language models to determine the intended sequence, we also need a transliteration model to make a guess at what the likely intended native script sequence was. Additionally, we may choose to simply leave the text in the Latin script, and many people will communicate in these languages without using the native script, simply leave it in the Latin script. So on social media, for example, they will, or texting back and forth, they will use the Latin script and leave it there. If you're typing in the Roman script and not transliterating, you still need to predict the intended sequences using a language model so that you can distinguish what would be an error, for example, a fat finger error where you thought you were hitting this key and you were actually hitting a neighboring key, compared to things that are simply variations in the way people choose to spell in their particular version. On top of this, we have many circumstances with languages using multiple native scripts. So Punjabi, for example, has two active native scripts, Shamukhi and Gurmukhi, one a Brahmic script, one a Perso-Arabic script, and this is defined by cultural community. And additionally, we can throw in the Roman script since this is widely used also. So we have multiple scripts at play for this particular language. As I've been saying, both keyboards and speech recognition require language models. So predicting the next word from previous words or even the next characters from previous characters. These predictions really depend on the language. It doesn't matter what script they're writing it in, it's the same language. So we should be able to leverage predictions that we derive from one script when applying it in a context that's using the other script. So we talk about language models. These are models of language. We don't talk about script models. but in essence, that's what we have. When we say we have a language model, we mean that we have a model of Punjabi in the Gurmukhi script, or we have a model of Punjabi in the Shamukhi script. And it's an interesting research question, very interesting to me. How do you leverage data to model across all scripts? I'll also say at this point that in many of the South Asian languages in particular, there's a lot of English loanwords and code switching going on, so that you, whatever script you're using, you will have the native language as well as English being used. The English may be being written in the Brahmic script, or the native language may be written in the Roman script. The English words may be used with their standard orthography from English, or they may be used as sort of a phonetic, non-standard realization in the Roman script. So we have all of these scenarios, and we really should have models on our devices that say that this is fine, and I'm not going to try to autocorrect you until you have it in your personalized dictionary. I feel personally that we are obliged to support whatever the desired script. If there's an individual that wants to use this script for their language, we should support that in our keyboards. How many? 1 minute. So we've heard about this phenomena several times of languages with no standard orthography. Also exists, for example, with Swiss German, regional Arabic dialects. In these cases, you may have the individuals using another language for writing, and they may choose to adapt that writing system to a written representation of their native language. So, for example, somebody wanting to text in Swiss German and using the dialectal forms would use the orthography close to the orthography that they would use for Hochdeutsch, for example. And we should support users applying the script of their choice in these cases as well. So if we have communities where some people are going to a school where they're being taught using the Arabic script, others are going to a school being taught using the Latin script, they may use both of those scripts to do text entry in their native language. That also should be supported. Finally, individuals with disabilities. The field of augmentative and alternative communication provides communication methods for those with speech and language impacting impairments. We've heard a bit about speech recognition of dysarthric speech, I think, on the first day. But in fact, many people cannot use speech as a modality, and text entry is the way in which they communicate. So they would produce a text string that would then use speech synthesis in their speech generating devices. So this is not simply a convenience for texting your spouse that you're going to be late home from work. It's communicating everyday needs, having a conversation over dinner when you're face to face with an individual. So methods such as switch access scanning, which allows the use of a keyboard and a binary input, yes, no. So it's basically presenting some stimulus, you say yes or no, and then it slowly hones in on what your actual linguistic input is. And this should be available. If we have a keyboard in a language, we should be able to provide switch access scanning for that keyboard in that language. So to conclude, language technology, as we've seen, can do amazing things with text, but it can also simply help people produce text in the first place, and this is critically important. Models should predict languages, not scripts, since individuals use varied scripts for the language for a variety of reasons. And in every such scenario, we must attend to the needs of those who cannot use sort of lowest common denominator methods for text entry. Thank you.
And we are arriving to the last presentation, which is evaluating speech data and technology for Indian languages. And it will be given by Kalika Bali, who is principal researcher at Microsoft Research Labs in India.
First of all, thank you, Joseph and Khaled, for having me here. This has been like phenomenal. I think when scientists and technologists, when they're working, there is a tendency to, focus on the next architecture or the next, incremental algorithms and lose sight of what my ex-colleague, Dr. Kentaro Tayoma says, is the use of technology, which is to amplify human potential. And, these last 2 days have been great at refocusing us on what we are actually building technology for, who are the people, what are the stories, where we fit into those stories. So it's been like amazing. Thank you so much. I'm going to talk about our experience in MSR India, a little bit of our experience in MSR India on building technology, collecting data for Indian languages. I'm sure all of you know that India is a multilingual country. We have a lot of languages, a lot of state languages, a lot of languages which are recognized by the Constitution of India. And you would think that, big country, so many languages spoken by millions and millions of people, we would have absolutely no problem collecting data and building technology for all these languages. But that's actually not true. Digitally, most Indian languages, in comparison with the languages, like that you heard about yesterday in most of the technical talks, such as English or French or Spanish, digitally, most Indian languages are low resource. So this is a kind of ranking of the top Indian languages in terms of the number of speakers in millions. This is based on 2007, so it's probably increased a lot by now. And the rank among wiki content, that is like how much Wikipedia content is available in that language. So if you look at Hindi, which is the highest ranked amongst Indian languages, and in the world it has the 4th position. In Wikipedia content, it's only 55. And as you go down the list, it becomes really clear how less resourced these languages are and what our problem is here. So, we've been kind of looking at this at MSR India and also at Microsoft India level on how do we resolve this? Like we do want technology for our languages, and we do not want to, say that, okay, it takes 10,000 hours of speech data to build an English speech system, so let's now start collecting data for Hindi and Bangla and Marathi and Gujarati, and when we reach 10,000 hours, then we'll do something about it. I have to say that when I got into this field, the bar was like 100 hours, and at that time we had a few hours for our languages, and the minute we reached 1,000 hours for speech, the bar's gone up to 10,000, and who knows, if we wait for 10,000 hours, we'd probably need 600,000 hours. So that's kind of a moving goal with the way technology is going. It's like much more data hungry. So what we decided instead was to see what we can achieve with a little bit of data. So in 2018 Interspeech, we held this low resource ASR challenge for Indian languages, where we released some data and we asked people to build systems using very little data. So we kind of put out 45 hours of data for Tamil, Telugu, and Gujarati. And we had a test set. We held back some data for testing, etc. And we put it out for the community to build systems. And we have to say that it was extremely successful. We had over 100 registrations, 18 teams submitted, not only from India, but all over the world. And with just this little bit of data, people were able to get very high accuracies. Almost like the winning teams had only 14% word error rate, which is actually pretty good. It's a deployable system, basically. And you can read all about it. We published a paper about it. So if anyone's interested in the more technical details of it, they can look at it. This data was also released to the research community, so this is available as on the Microsoft Open Data repository, so anyone who wants to use this data for building more systems or for doing other research, this data is available. It's only 50 hours, but I think the issue here is to see what we can do with 50 hours. You know, we all know what we can do with thousands and thousands of hours. We don't know what we can do with 50 hours. The other important thing is that we managed to convince most of the participants in this challenge to put out their speech systems in open source, so they are available for people to use. So, you know, if you ever want to play with these systems or you want to use them, please get in touch. We'll be able to provide them to you. The other issue, so this was on the actual systems, what we can build with small amounts of data. But the other issue was about where do we get this data from? How do we get this data? We still need data, right? And every time you've been hearing this throughout the last 2 days, like, oh data, oh data, oh data, you know, the only bottleneck is data, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And when even I, as a Microsoft researcher, go to people and say, you know, maybe we can do some data collection, everybody is reluctant to do it. Everybody's like, oh, but you know, it's really expensive to collect data. It is expensive, but nobody really knows how expensive. Nobody has done that analysis to say, okay, this is how much it's going to cost us to build a system in a brand new language which is deployable, you know, which people can actually use. Nobody has done that analysis and told us. If you go to commercial concerns like, you know, corporates and multinational companies, etc., they say, oh, we don't want to get into data collection because we have vendors. How are you going to let us know that the quality of data that you collect is of a good quality that we can use? Because, you know, if we have vendors who are going to do the data collection and the quality is not good enough, we don't pay them. And so they better have the data quality sorted out. So we came up, one of my colleagues came up with this crowdsourcing platform called Karya. And actually he came up with this platform to basically provide digital work to communities who do not have access to this. So, you know, we all know about crowdsourcing. We all know that there's a lot of this gig work happening around the world. There are micro-tasking systems, et cetera, et cetera. But a lot of the communities, especially, you know, disadvantaged in some way or the other, they don't have access to those systems. Like, I can't go to a village in India and say, okay, you know, why don't you log on to Amazon or, you know, do some M-turking, right? We are not only talking about people who don't have access to technology. Even if they have access to technology, we're talking about people who are probably digitally not that literate to access these things. So his idea was to come up with this platform which provides a means to give micro-tasks digital micro-tasks to these underserved communities. And we partnered and we thought we can use this to collect speech data. You know, this is wonderful. And we went ahead and did a pilot sorry, I'll stay with Karya. We did a pilot on Marathi. We just finished this and we've just written a paper and submitted it just now. So I won't tell you everything about it because maybe some of you are going to be reviewers, so you might think like this is, oh, I've already heard about this. But the basic thing is we were very successful in this. We managed to collect 100 hours of Marathi data from rural communities, from urban poor communities, you know, people who are living in slums. And when we talk about these communities and we talk about how literacy is a problem, we also forget that a large chunk of these communities are also literate. You know, they can actually read and write. They actually can be data providers for their language. They just don't have the means to do that. Nobody has tapped into that channel and tapped that potential. So we collected this data, but then how do we know how good this data is? Nobody is going to sit and manually evaluate all the 100 hours of data, right? So we came up with a method which kind of speaks to what previous speakers throughout the day has said of using a related language. So we don't have an ASR for Marathi, so we can't pump the data through the Marathi ASR and do a evaluation of the transcripts. But we do have a Hindi one. So what we did was that we used the acoustic model of Hindi, and Hindi and Marathi are pretty close languages, as you've heard in the previous talk as well. And we used the linguistic, the language model we used from all the transcriptions that we had for Marathi. And we kind of did an alignment and tested it to see if we were getting reasonable match between the data that we had held out and what we got through this system. And we found that, yes, we did. And, we got we got nearly 76% of the data was aligned. And then we did an error analysis on the held out data. And, what we found was that most of the errors were due to people stuttering or, pausing or reading something or missing out something. So these were like the kind of errors that we had in the data mostly. And now what we're doing to address this, we think that those errors are very easily addressable. So what we're doing now is we are incorporating this into a training module for the people who are helping us with this data collection, so that they know that if they pause or they stutter, they have to go back and re-record it. And even this is like pretty high quality data, and we are hoping to release this also, as soon as we finished processing it. This will be made available to the community as well to work on. So this is the summary of the thing, and our results show that it is possible to tap into this. It is possible to use slightly unconventional methods to evaluate what you have, to build stuff with as much data as you can, and probably that can be the starting point for this. I have just one very little story to tell, since the thing that has resonated the most with me throughout this thing is the stories that I have heard from different communities. So we collected, our first data collection was done in a very tiny village, which is in a national reserve in India, in the state of Maharashtra. They don't have electricity, they do not have mobile connections, they don't have radio, they don't have telephone. It's a tiny village of 200 people. And but they are literate. Most of them are high school graduates. Some are even more highly educated. When we did this data collection, we used Pratham Books, to do the data collection. Pratham Books, if you don't know, is like they publish children's book. They're a not-for-profit organization that publishes children's book. So we used this. Now these people are so starved for reading material. They're so starved for reading material that in the morning, all these women and men would do this data collection on the phones that we had provided them. And in the evening, they would gather the entire village and recount the tales, the stories to the village. So it became like a social event for the entire village that, which I thought was like a very positive effect of what was just like collecting data for technology kind of a thing. So thank you so much. Thanks.
So we are a little bit late, but we still have some time for questions and comments. So
we have 20 minutes. We have 20 minutes until 4:10. I was just told.
Oh.
So,
so if the authorization of the organizers. So please, Joseph.
Okay, this is to Holger. So of course I was very impressed by the kind of universal translation that you presented with this very attractive idea that maybe some language independent meaning was hidden in the huge network you are building for all the the information you are gathering. So two points, maybe one comment. So you reported about the results, and you said the results are not that bad with 50, but you didn't explain. Maybe some people don't know about this measure of the blur measure of 50. So you may say what it means in terms of quality. And this is the first, maybe mentioning it, compare with a human translator, let's say. And the second point is, I mean, all this is based, of course, on Wikipedia, meaning written content. So what do you do with spoken, with oral translation? And this may be also for Satoshi. So how can you address with the same approach oral content?
So thank you. So first of all, the plus score, obviously I avoided to be too technical in this talk. So it's actually a measure that we use in machine translation for the quality, and the higher the better. But the bad thing, actually, the value 50 means nothing. It's not like a percentage or something like this, but experience has shown that 50 is actually pretty good. So I think it's almost usable. Obviously, there are always some minor details, but it's pretty good. But what I wanted to outline is more the comparison. So right now, so these international evaluations are run, I think, for 10 years, and every year we're getting better. And the current systems, I think 10 different companies and universities participate. The current systems achieved a certain level using human translated text like the European Commission, the United Nations, and we achieved the same result by just automatically mined data. That was basically the main point. And all these systems are at a level where they're usable. Then obviously the big challenge to bring language technology to these 7,000 languages are the languages which are not written. And obviously the approach that I presented, it won't work because we are processing text. Then the next step, so we're thinking about maybe to put speech into the same embedding space, and let's see, but that's future research, so I can't present the result. But I think that's really the main challenge to the language which are not written.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the question. I think, as I presented in my presentation, I think still this is the extension of the current framework of the MT. So your MT is the sentence by sentence translation, and still this framework cannot work for example, Japanese to English, because Japanese we always omit the subject in the sentence, and also the sentence is very totally depends on the context, and I think the depends on the language pair. I think that's very difficult. And also, as I said, the paralinguistics, emotion or emphasis, such kind of thing is a very native information of the human being as an animal. So this information is very, very crucial for real-time communication, not written text. I have to say, written text is aiming to preserve the information for the longer time, but spoken communication is a real-time thing, and so I think it's a little bit different.
Yes, Doug Higby with SIL. I just wanted to comment, Brian Rourke, I appreciated the presentation. It is a bit shocking to me that people are using Roman keyboards to produce special characters because there aren't not enough spaces on the keyboard. I'm just wondering, there are a number of other solutions to get different layers of keyboard and such, which I would highly recommend over that. Does Gboard or anything do a layering for other options?
Absolutely. There are typically native keyboards in all of these languages if people choose to use them. A lot of this is driven by what people choose to use. So it's really, you know, it's a bit like QWERTY itself, which is, you know, we've had other alternative text entry going back a long ways, and you can ask yourself the question, even in English and other European languages, why do people stick with the old inefficient typing methods? And the answer is, yeah, who knows? But they do. It's because that's what people are familiar with, and they are reluctant to change to other methods. So yes, there are native keyboards where, in essence, you can shift screens to go to and select other characters. I'm sure that there are expert users for those sorts of keyboards, and there is a user population. If you look at, for example, daily active users, some number would be using a native keyboard in these particular languages, but that number is dwarfed by the number that are using Latin keyboards. The number that are using just Latin keyboards and leaving it in the Latin script actually does dwarf the number that are using, for example, transliteration keyboards. There are other modalities as well. So I didn't mention handwriting. People do use handwriting recognition, which is getting better. That also is problematic in certain scenarios where it's not a single hand solution and issues of that sort. But yeah, those keyboards exist. Put them out there and see what people use. But I guess the philosophy is give the people what they want to use, and if they choose that they want to use a particular script, then give it to them.
Question?
There.
The link to openit.org goes nowhere. It looks like it's been hacked. You may want to check that.
We didn't hear the...
We can hear it.
Could you repeat?
Yes, sure. The link to openit.org does not work and has been hacked. It looks like it was with a German server or something.
It is not OpenIT, it is OpenLT, Open Language Technology. OpenLT.org.
Right.
Yeah.
Anybody in this room gets there?
Sorry?
Okay, sorry.
Please.
Thank you. We have the people that you are addressing through openlt.org, this manifesto. They're sitting on the panel with you. I wanted to ask them, because before I signed such a thing, I want to understand why it hadn't happened, what was blocking them from having all of these things incorporated in their technology before, because there must be a reason for that. So if they could comment and explain what is stopping them from having this become a reality. Let me add something. Google in particular, I think you would be good to answer this, but the other question I want to ask is because I've been working with communities in Arab states. They're still having terrible problems with search in Arabic because of the different orthography. Are you doing anything to address that?
It'll sound like a bit of a cop-out, but I don't have a vision of the company being at essentially at the leaves of the tree, as they say, to be able to answer you in a satisfactory manner. I will say that for sure people are looking at Arabic search. Although I'm not involved in that effort, that is almost certainly the case. As far as why they wouldn't have each and every one of these bullet points completed already, I mean, many of these large software development efforts are a bit of a sprint, and they take place within a company culture where we want to get a solution in place, and lots has to come together to even make it productionizable and launchable and so on and so forth. And So lots of work happens in the background. All the warts in the software have to be, well, not all of them, but as many of them as you can need to be eliminated at the point at which it's launched. This strikes me as something that happens as technology begins to mature. Spoken language and NLP technology has not been mature over the longer period of time. So this is me from the leaves of the tree saying why not every piece of this would have been checked at the current point. Yeah, so that's about all that I personally can say about that.
Could we just ask you to take back that these should be the principles that influence even before you've started developing the technology? We all have made commitments to openness. We all have made commitments to accessible standards. So I will be taking this up, but I really want to understand what has blocked this, because these are the foundation from which you start.
May I just add, I have not worked on that side of the computer industry, so I can't answer for them. I'm working with, as you know, with the Sami languages and to try to make things work. My understanding is, or my experience is that there is a certain amount of, I wouldn't say ignorance, but just I haven't thought of it. I mean, of course, they are, all the big companies are working on multilingual solutions, but mainly for the major markets. So they haven't really considered the implications of their actions from a minority language perspective. I think that's how I experience that it has happened. It's not bad will or intention, it's just things have happened.
Just to add to that, I think you should have asked this question to the people yesterday, because they were the ones who probably, because they are the ones who actually can carry this back and influence something. People here are probably more on the research and yes, I will. Thank you.
Okay, Sanji.
Hi, I had a comment more for Sir, but perhaps for others. This was about open language technology. I wanted to make a comment that when it comes to open resources, in 2015, we weren't thinking about under-resourced languages. We were just thinking about data that we need for building various language technologies. And my colleague Jan Tramal, who's sitting behind me, has a website called OpenSLR, Spoken Language Resources. And we started putting out any data sets that we knew were unrestricted, which didn't have all sorts of encumbrances on them. And a couple of them have really caught the imagination. Libri speech got mentioned by more than one speaker yesterday. It has become some kind of standard. So if we could leverage that website, openslr.org, to start creating more resources, it's a place where language technologists already go to look for resources. So if you could put those there, it'll be great. And I have a feeling that either it'll stay at its current state and Jan will continue to maintain it, or it'll blossom into something so crazy we'll have to get professional help and somebody who maintains databases and things like the Clarin people or something. And if we get there, wouldn't that be wonderful? But until then, we're happy to host these resources.
Thanks for pointing that out. I would actually like to add something. So the International Speech Communication Association, ISCA, also has a website where they are trying to get as much teaching materials, corpora, presentations, links to videos, software, everything that is out there in the speech community, all in one place for people just to use it and to learn how to use the tools. It's under development. But if you're interested in something or a specific topic, just send an email to us on the ISCA board, and we can try and find the right people to actually add the requested information. So in addition to the open source tools and data, there is teaching material out there as well that can be used by everyone.
Can you give us that web address?
It's the website of ISCA, so that's www.isca, so that's isca-speech.org. isca-speech.org. And then you, somewhere on the left there it says Scoot, S-C-O-O-T, and that's where everything is.
May I just comment upon the open or lots of open resources? There is definitely a lot of open resources out there, and it's, I mean, we have been, people have been open sourcing more and more over the last year, so that's good. But it still happens today, and quite often that, for example, developing a language learning tool for one of the Sami languages in cooperation with a company. The lexical information database built up during that project belongs to the company. It doesn't belong, well, that's the agreement they had to sign. Why is that? Why can't the Sami community own that resource and share it with 5 or 10 different companies? As many companies as you want. I mean, the more learning platforms you have, the better. But that's not the type of contract they had they were able to get. So that's the type of problem I had in mind.
Okay, a last question. So Antti.
Yeah, so I'm Terpo from the Alberta Language Technology Lab together with Joanna Latchler here. So if we have a computational model developed for Northern Haida that is actually ready for being a spell checking module. So where at Microsoft do we get in touch with to incorporate this Northern Haida spell checker into Microsoft Word, or at Google or elsewhere? I think that's what this manifesto is very much about. Since we know from some previous instances that the financial interest in terms of languages stops somewhere with Icelandic in terms of the companies wanting to do this themselves. So for the several thousand of languages out there for which we have lots of experts here who can create the basic technology and applications, who do we get in touch? At Microsoft or Google? How do we make that happen? That's really what this manifesto is about. If you don't want to do it, we can do it. How do we make that happen? Who? Thank you. Do you know?
Yeah, we would very much like to get in contact and get things done. For my reason for establishing this manifesto was exactly that. Even though we have the tools, we have the technologies, we have the resources, we're still not able to deliver things that people would like to want to use. And the reasons, there may be whatever technical and business and legal reasons, and created for other languages, other communities, other markets than ours. But they're still setting up blockers for us. And for no reason, from my point of view. I can't answer why they do that. I have speculated, but I hope that everybody takes this manifesto and takes it to their bosses and managing CEOs and so on, and ask them, can't we start following these principles? Make the technology open.
Maybe I just want to add one comment. So I think the problem of openness is not on the research side, in particular with respect to resources. You can collect a lot of resources on the internet, but they're copyright holders, and this is blocking. It's not, if you collect news data from some newspaper, you cannot just use it as easily. There are a lot of copyrights behind it. That's pretty complicated even for research.
So a very short question.
Actually, this is more of a statement. I'm Paul Nelson. I'm the Director of Language Software Development at SIL. And even though our software is open source, I can't comply with your open localization. We actually make it available for crowd-in for people to use crowd-in to add product to our, to add localizations to our product. We're moving everything so that a community can use crowd-in. But the reason, but you'll have to ask me to get permission to get on crowd-in, and then because I need a moderator to make sure that what's being translated is good quality. But I feed automatically from crowd-in into my products. And then I can distribute your localization to anybody with every single build of my product. If you're building a product on your own and you're just translating it on your own, how do you distribute it to all of your users? You have to figure out some way to distribute that. So there's issues related to security flaws, there's issues related to all sorts of things that it's not Microsoft or Google or other software companies that are doing anything maliciously. You want to have good quality software. So I appreciate and I applaud the effort here, but I think there's some pieces in the software development lifecycle that you need to collaborate with rather than saying we're going to force you to do this, because we want to collaborate, but yeah, we want to make sure you get good software too. Thanks.
Can I just quickly add that Crowdin is a private company? It's just a, you know, it's a for-profit business. So maybe look into alternatives that are open source and free.
Who is speaking?
Sorry, Mirko Plitt from Translators Without Borders.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said. Yeah? But what did you say?
Sorry, Crowdin, the company that was recommended here, is a commercial solution. I know you can use it for free under certain conditions, but it's a commercial, you know, service offerer. So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
Yeah, I pay for that so people can use it for my products. You don't pay anything when you're translocalizing my products.
If I, two short comments. Yeah, okay. Of course, there is a lot of issues to be worked on when, regarding localization and translation, and I don't say that everything is solved. I'm just saying that make localization available and easily. And all the major players out there now have app stores. A lot of software is sold through app stores. Why can't they can't they give us a channel to provide localizations through that? So people, they say that on their smartphone or computer, whatever, say that I want Bengali as my first priority. And whenever Bengali is available as a localization package for some software you have on your computer, it's automatically downloaded and suddenly you have it. There are tools to get things out there, and of course things are not perfect, but please stick to the principle and work towards making it a reality. That's my point.
Okay. Let's thank all the speakers and the audience now. It's time to start.
Okay, thank you very much. So the next one is the North America language coffee break. So this is the last coffee break. And also, I think after this coffee break, all booths will be cleaned up. So this is the last chance if you want to visit the booth and the demo. Okay, so we will come back by 4:45 sharp. Thank you.
Mana nga o pasa.
Mana nga o pasa.
Tauva.
Tauva.
Whakau'a.
Génération comme processeur et la RTX 2080 pour la partie graphique.
Croeso nôl bawb, os nawn ni ymdawelu os gwelwch yn dda. And in case you didn't understand that, welcome back everyone. And if we could please quieten down for the penultimate session of the day. Incidentally, I started speaking in Welsh there, which is a language we haven't heard so far in this conference. But we will talk in the current international language franca, which is English from now on. So it's my pleasure to chair this penultimate session this afternoon. One of our speakers has been unable to make it, that we know of, due to the strike. We're unsure about a second speaker. If he is present, if he could make himself known to us. Otherwise, there will be no extra time for our present speakers because we need to make up for lost time. So first of all, may I present to you Sunil Srivastava from the Ministry of Electronics and IT from the Government of India. So please, Sunil, if you could come forward.
Thank you. And thanks to the organizers who have given me this opportunity to share what we are doing in India. As now it has come. Yeah. So as the last speaker in the last session said, we have something around 30 languages. Out of that, 22 are constitutionally recognized languages. These languages are being used in offices in various states, provinces. These are written in 12 scripts. So if we see this, these figures, it is something like what you have in European Union. You have 24 languages in several scripts. The complexity what we are facing is almost the same level. Along with that, we have several hundred dialects. That also is another dimension. At the same time, there is a good level of IT adoption in services in various sectors, whether it's banking, education. IT adoption is there. Now, most of our applications, most of the government services are being offered digitally, like even passport issuing, taxation, courts are using. But all these facilities are primarily given in English. And that is the issue because we have, according to one estimate, we have 15% population who can read and write English. That means 85% people are still not using services which are already there available because these are not available in local languages. At the same time, we have good penetration of mobile phones. Almost 500 million mobile phones, almost 1/3 of the population has. That is quite good number if we compare with the PC penetration. So it has become possible for people to use internet, but they don't have enough content on this which they can use, because most of the content what is already there, that is in English. Now to address this problem, to develop technology for languages, we started a program called TDL, Technology Development for Indian Languages. This was started way back in '91. At the initial stages, primarily it was concerned with representation of these languages, codes. Earlier we had our own code, ISKI code. Later on we adopted Unicode as everybody else, and that is what is there. Our efforts also have been in the direction of localization of tools which are already there. Something like OpenOffice, Linux, we localized in various Indian languages. So that could become possible. In recent, about 10, 12 years back, we started working in other areas like machine translation, speech technology, OCR, where we have done good work, and that is what briefly I'm going to share with you. We have 3 different systems because you know that languages within the same family are similar. So Indian languages, Hindi, Gujarati, Marathi, Assamese, these are similar to some extent, and that is why translators have been developed between Indian languages to Indian languages. Of course, because English is predominantly being used, so there is a need of English to Indian languages, and that is why one group has concentrated on English to Hindi, and Indian languages. That means Hindi, Bengali, Assamese, Punjabi. So different groups have been working. Primarily, these were rule-based systems, but later on, statistical systems also were developed. Few of these systems could become operational, but not many. And that is why we are now starting a new program where I am coming. Apart from machine translation, we have TTS systems, ASR. TTS in different languages. This could be commercialized. It has reached to the people. It has been made available through various mobile phones. ASR to some extent has been successful. There are some services where it is being used to a limited extent. And then OCR, of course, we have done good work. Several books have been used, OCR has been used to translate. But this work was definitely not enough, and that is why we started what is called National Science and Technology Mission on Natural Language Translation. This was on the recommendation of, we have a council called Prime Minister's Science and Technology and Innovation Advisory Council, PMSTA. And the objective is to cover all major Indian languages as far as translation between these languages are concerned. Not only text to text, but we also aim to reach to speech, even though it may not be 100% possible. We have selected certain domains because those domains are quite important. Science and technology, especially education of science and technology, we have problems. It is seen that many students who reach to do graduation in engineering, they find difficulty in understanding English, and that is why their performance has not been so good. So that is one of the areas which has been taken. Law and justice is another area which is important. Because Indian courts at the higher level, Supreme Court and High Court work in English, but lower courts work in local languages. So whenever a case goes from lower court to higher court, one has to translate all the documents. And many times this itself takes so much time that cases are delayed because of this. There are 3 objectives in this mission. One is, of course, machine translation system. Again, as I said, not only text to text, but speech to speech, but at the same time, we know that it will be with some human involvement. We don't expect anything perfect, at least in near 3 years. Second is to create and nurture an ecosystem of startups. Startups in India there are many success stories, and we want to use that strength, especially in data collection, so that particularly our academic institutions are not diverted on that. They focus on research part primarily. Third is, of course, increasing Indian language content. There we are expecting some kind of movement kind of thing where many people will be involved, because there are states which are very particular about their language, but simply they have not been aware of this. So now they are getting more aware, and they are going to put all effort to increase the content in Indian languages on internet. The way this mission is going to be organized, we have first level R&D consortia, which are basically 5-6 institutions led by one institute, and others are working on different languages, because we have 22 languages, and suppose even if we take 15 languages, one institution cannot handle. Then second level, we have Center of Excellence, which basically are supposed to transfer whatever is result is coming out from the R&D institutions to industry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll quickly finish it. So then we have certain submissions which will be on language specific for particular languages, so that language is focused in that. Finally, we are going to set up one national hub for language technology, which will be coordinating all this. This is just a pictorial what I said, that how these things are going to be organized, because time is over, so I'm just leaving. Thank you so much for giving your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. And we'll move on swiftly to our next speaker, who is Joanne Stein from the South African Centre for Digital Language Resources, South Africa.
Thank you for the opportunity to come share a little bit about the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap and the national mandate of the South African Centre for Digital Language Resources. This talk I will cover three main topics: languages in South Africa, SADLR as part of the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap, and then a little bit of reflection on best practices and lessons learned in the past 2 years of operation. And then in terms of demonstrations, you're more than welcome to contact me after the talk to discuss. So in South Africa, we have 11 official languages. We have a conjunctively written Nguni group, a disjunctively written Sesotho group, disjunctive Tshivenda and Tsonga, and then Afrikaans and English. All of these languages are constitutionally mandated to be equal in parity, but the reality is it doesn't happen always. There has been a lot of development in terms of HLT and NLP related work from the early 2000s from a lot of different universities and other entities in the country. But the reality is most of our languages are still under-resourced, and there's a limited working knowledge base working on the development of these languages. And this is where the development funded by the Department of Science and Innovation came to the fore and really helped a lot to move development in terms of languages forward in South Africa. So the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap is a funded initiative by the Department of Science and Innovation. It's a strategic medium to long-term framework that supports the establishment of research infrastructures. And SADLR is one of those infrastructures. It focuses on providing facilities, resources, and services for the scientific community, but also the broader community. And it hopes through this program to generate knowledge, preserve this knowledge, and exchange the knowledge in a most open way possible. And SADLR is also privileged to be the first one in the humanities in this regard. So a little bit of background on SADLR. Our centre's focus is to enable and stimulate digital research and development of South African languages. We develop, manage, and distribute these resources, and we do this via two main programs, a digital humanities program and a digitalization program. In terms of development and digitization, we have a proactive effort to build up new language resources in all of our official languages. Some of our current and past projects include a digitization effort by the University of Pretoria, terminology development and WordNet development by University of South Africa, Learner Corpora by ISELDA, Transcribed Speech Corpora by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, and Annotated Text Corpus creation by the Center for Text Technology at the Northwest University. And we also support digitization efforts for external parties. When it comes to the management and distribution of resources, we aim to do this in a sustainable manner, and we have an open invitation from colleagues from our African counterparts to deposit data with us. We do not take any copyright of the data. We just ensure that the data is preserved on a long-term basis. And we ensure that it's backed up and in standards that can be utilized in downstream technologies. We also try to keep the resources as open as possible, and our data repository offers ways to download the resources, indices of resources that's available, as well as persistent identifiers to ensure long-term accessibility and referencing of the resources. We also aim to provide standardized metadata for all the resources that we have. We also have some technology portals available on our website to showcase some of the technologies that's available for South African languages. Now, in terms of reflecting on the best practices and lessons learned, the reality that we've heard over the past 2 days is there's a lot of money needed to do certain developments. And for that, the foresight of the government to provide funding to establish a center like this for our languages in South Africa is very, very useful, because it allowed for the establishment of SADLR and the linking of the existing node. It also provides us with a basis to consolidate and refine our resources and a medium-term funding framework to do further development. The big question, however, is just creating high-level support and high-level resources is not enough. How do we reach all the universities in the country, or at least most of the researchers working in these domains? And that's where training and support is paramount. Just providing access to resources is not enough. And therefore, SADLR actively tries to create awareness in language communities and with researchers about the research infrastructure and what we offer. And for that, the Year of Indigenous Languages came at the most opportune time, because we were able, through these engagements, to go directly to the language community, celebrate their languages, and really create awareness not just about the academic value of preserving languages, but the importance of a community's language. And that really helped us to build, I trust, long-lasting relationships. And going forward, we will definitely try to build on that. Further best practice relating to support and training is the importance of providing access to funding to fund workshops. If there's need for visiting scholars, we can provide that. And we also have an active approach to ensure the reskilling of language and humanities researchers. We're also looking towards enabling and starting a national champions program during this phase that we're currently in, to ensure that there's communities of practice being built at all 26 universities of South Africa, where specific context, specific projects can be conceptualized to build local capacity. Another important aspect is strong collaborations. Through our training and support program, we partnered with the international software data and library carpentry community, because it already provided a strong basis of training materials to ensure that researchers know how to function in a digital research environment. Then also partnerships with Clarin. We recently were admitted as a C Center, and without the strong collaborations with them, I don't think we would have been able to, I can almost say, leapfrog and get ahead of the process to establish a working center within a period of 2 years. Then also colleagues from ALRA, LDC, and other colleagues laying the foundation that functions on our scientific advisory committees plays a very important role in terms of taking the center forward. And it brings again that we can't do these things alone. We really need each other and each other's expertise to make things better. Another important aspect when it comes to contextualized interventions within the domain of digital humanities, which has so many different definitions, we also have a strong partnership with the Digital Humanities Association of Southern Africa, where we provide an opportunity for scholars in Africa, or specifically Southern Africa, to redefine DH from an African perspective. Finally, we also found it important to provide a space for innovation at different universities. And we do this via an open call project process, where scholars can apply for funding and come up with project ideas, which is then evaluated, and then a small amount of funding is then made available to that research group, where they can then do new things that is not currently supported necessarily by their universities. And we also want to note that international applications is welcome if it can be linked to an African institution to support the development of African language resources. A very important aspect is an approach of multi-tiered interventions, because only by doing that we can really leverage the opportunities available, find partners, and collaborate. As a final note, I hope that this centre can, in the future, not only provide access to valuable resources, but that through our engagements with the communities and the language communities, provide a big community of practice that's able to critically apply new skills in this language domain to address the problems and challenges of tomorrow. As I mentioned, you're more than welcome to contact me after the talk to look at some of the demonstrations. And at that point, I thank you, and there's some of the contact details if you want to get in touch. Thank you.
So thank you very much for that very interesting presentation on the situation in South Africa. And we'll move on straight away to our third speaker, who's Vaine Tutai Richard from New Zealand, from the Ministry for Pacific Peoples there. So.
Thank you for the introduction, and our thanks to UNESCO, the sponsors, partners, and organisers for the opportunity to present. Talofalava malo ilelei, whakalofalai atu talohani, pulavinaka, kia ora tātou toto. So last week, over 100 experts, practitioners, researchers, educators, techies, officials, community and church leaders gathered from across Aotearoa, New Zealand and the Pacific region gathered in Auckland for the Lalangafo Languages and High-Tech Whānau, or conference. The whānau was actually the first of its kind, and it really was an opportunity to bring people together who are working in this space to share their stories and learn from their experiences in terms of the work that they're doing. They try to revitalise their heritage languages using technology. For my presentation, I would like to share with you some of the key themes from the whānau. In particular, I would like to highlight 3 examples of initiatives and research that are using technology for language learning as shared at this conference. So the first example is a case study by a Cook Islands Māori academic and researcher, Dr. Ake Nicholas from Massey University in Auckland. In her case study, she used digital technology of devices and pop culture to develop platforms and tools to encourage young Cook Islanders to value and learn their and my heritage language of Cook Islands Māori. And here's a small snippet of her work. Fingers crossed the technology will work. Sorry, put this some sound. If someone could just put the sound, that'd be great.
Kua arawei a puati, rawa ko punsawi, ite arepuri, inapo, noto rawa inangaro.
Hello. Ko te ia, ko te ropati, te kimine yo tō hongai.
Aue, rawi a taku moni.
I ki te aia, I tētai tangata e akaoro ana I runga I tētai toora.
Hei, Ina ora.
Arira.
The second example I'd like to show you is a collaboration between a Tongan community and church group, Seola, and a Pacific provider, Pacific Kids Learning. So they've developed a series of short YouTube clips aimed at supporting Tongan language learning for their Tongan children in Auckland and New Zealand. So again, here's another short clip of one of their videos. If we could maybe play about 40 seconds. Does this one? Yep. If you can just go back to the beginning.
A e whaha,
A e whaha,
I kala,
I kala,
mananga o pasa,
mananga o pasa,
ta uwa,
ta uwa,
whakau a,
a,
toto atu, mohiwa mai alphabet for okoe ni, a pele,
a pele,
e lili,
lili,
fa, faina,
faina,
ha,
hopa.
Great, thank you. We can stop it there. So the just skip through. The third and final example is a Samoan language app and digital book developed by Tinuatasi preschoolers in Christchurch and Dunedin in New Zealand. What's been really amazing about this initiative is the fact that the children themselves were very much involved in the design and development and testing of these tools, including providing the vocals, as you'll see in the next two video clips. So in this video, as you can see, you've got two of the kids who are involved in developing these resources, testing the product. They were very cute. Anyway. Oh gosh, isn't it ironic that here we are at the Language Technologies Conference and the technology isn't working? Anyway, we'll just get to the next slide. So those three examples are just some of the ways that community groups in New Zealand and in the Pacific are currently using technology to make language learning more accessible to their learners. Technology enables currency, as many of you know, of material. It enables to capture the authentic voices and accents of our native speakers and elders, and it certainly has been an effective platform to engage with our young people. However, some of our elders and leaders at the whānau cautioned against the over-reliance on technology and digital resources. They argue that technology, well, while useful, is not the be-all and end-all, that it may not always be able to capture the nuances, the mannerisms, the imperceptible lilts or intonations, flamboyance, and the passionate expressions, as many of you know, that are an important part of communicating in one's language. So what are the challenges? These have actually been well covered over the past 3 days, so I won't go into too much detail, but certainly for our Pacific neighbours in the Pacific region, the lack of access to high-speed internet is a huge infrastructural challenge for them. So what next? At the moment, our ministry, along with our partners, are in the process of developing a regional multi-agency Pacific languages collaborative framework, and I'm sure we'll come up with a much shorter title for that. But it has been really awesome over the past 3 days to see various regional networks and alliances focus on languages around the world. So it is certainly a model that we will take back with us and explore further and possibly adopt a Pacific regional-wide alliance as well. We are also in the process of developing a Pacific STEAM strategy that promotes and builds the potential future workforce of Pacific language technology experts. The A in the STEAM stands for arts. One of the key themes that came through at the conference was the importance of incorporating Indigenous arts and creative design in our technology pathway. For the most part, there was overwhelming agreement that further investment, certainly in our part of the world, is required in this area. And as many of you have already alluded to, government, business, and community partnerships are essential in order to achieve our vision for thriving Pacific languages, cultures, and identities. 2 minutes. So I would like to end my presentation with a famous quote by the esteemed Tongan and Fijian scholar, Professor Ipiliho Ofa, from his seminal essay, Sea of Islands. He wrote that often the prevalent view of the Pacific as a collection of islands scattered across the sea, when in fact our ancestors who conquered the vast Pacific Ocean saw it as a sea of islands. Last week, the challenge was laid to us by Lina Jodi Vainisamu, who is a passionate linguist and Pacific advisor for the New Zealand Human Rights Commission, who referenced Professor Ohofa's work in describing the digital space as the new moana, or the new ocean, for us to traverse that connects and enriches. This digital moana provides a platform to Lalanga to weave together a new, full, collaborative and regional approach to ensuring the survival of Pacific languages, not only in Pacific, in Aotearoa, New Zealand, but also in the Pacific region as well. Merci beaucoup, me taki mata whawhitei lava, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that presentation again. Now, for our next speaker, we do have an apology from Ainan McCormick from Ireland, who was due to fly in this morning from Dublin. Unfortunately, his plane was cancelled, so he's unable to be with us. So that presentation has to wait for another time. Now, do we have Norberto Zambora with us? As far as we know, he hasn't arrived. We've had no message from him, but we assume again that it's a problem with travel today that has disrupted things. So if he's not here, we'll move straight on to our final speaker for this session, who's Tracy Hibbert from the First Peoples Cultural Council, Canada. So Tracy, I give you the floor. Thank you very much.
Okay. So to organize myself here, I've got my notes on my computer. We'll see how this goes. I have to click 2 things at once. So I want to say thank you again to the organizers for the opportunity to be here. So I'm Tracy Herbert. I am the CEO of First Peoples Cultural Council. I'm from Slacktaus First Nations, which is in the interior of British Columbia. And I've had the privilege of working with this organization since 2003, and it's a mighty little organization, which just happens to be a Crown corporation that was founded in 1990 by the First Nations leadership and the government at the time, because they were very concerned about the status of Indigenous arts, language, and cultural heritage. And we're unique, even though we have this relationship with government, because we're First Nations governed and managed. And our board of directors and advisory committee represent the 34 Indigenous languages across the province. And we work in very close partnership with the language keepers, artists, and cultural heritage experts. Leveraging both technology and Indigenous knowledge, we've been developing tools to support the documentation of Indigenous languages and have developed First Voices technology since 2000, and I'm going to talk a bit about that. But I'm also going to talk about what we've learned and some of the mistakes that we've made. All right, here we go. So our purpose is really to assist communities to rebuild the cultural systems and to ensure the transmission of knowledge to the next generations. We do have funding, we distribute funding, but we have a community development model. We know it's not just about having money, but it's also about supporting projects to be successful. And we do that through the language technology, through training and resources, and doing a lot of advocacy. We've been involved nationally with the national legislation, and also have worked very closely with the government to ensure that there is funding in place to support the work in the communities. So we're Indigenous-led. There's a lot of different opportunities for people to participate in our organization. We have peer review committees, focus groups, and all of our programs and services are directed by our stakeholders, and we often are building and designing things that are based on actual need and are very practical for our communities. So Dr. Lorna Williams covered a lot about the context in British Columbia. And we have, for a few years now, since 2010, been collecting data with communities also in partnership on the status and the vitality of our languages. And every 4 years, we publish a document that details for each of our languages the number of speakers and the resources and curricula, et cetera, available for those as well. And this map is a map that we worked with all the tribes to develop, and it's a map that allowed our Indigenous peoples to name and describe our languages for the first time. There were lots of maps of our languages, but they were all developed and defined by outsiders. So the Status of Languages report, the last one that we had published, stated that only 3% of Indigenous people in British Columbia, that's about 4,200 people, felt that they were fluent in their mother tongue. But as Lorna talked about this morning, there's been a lot of opportunity for language learning, and we have seen a great increase in the number of language learners. The technology program that I'm going to talk about is just one of 12 programs that we provide at First Peoples. Another wonderful thing that happened was we were able to advocate for increase in resources, and we were able to receive $50 million from the province of BC for 3 years for the languages of British Columbia. And this is new funding has made a lot more opportunities available for us in terms of supporting communities and also really investing in our technologies. As well as I mentioned, the Canadian government has also passed Bill C-91, which is looking to protect the Indigenous languages of Canada, and has also announced funding. So firstvoices.com, you know, we've been working in this technology for a long time, and it really came about when the local language teacher and the local tech teacher came together and talked about how to get kids excited about languages, and talked about using technologies to document the language, but to have that held by the communities. And we really thought it was important to support this idea, and we undertook the development of firstvoices.com because there's an urgent need to have a tool to enable Indigenous peoples to control and curate their own data, and to make that data accessible for language learning, and then to also be able to repurpose it into other tools, education tools that can be used in our schools. And we also recognized early on that mobile phones would be a new domain for language use and learning. So we have a total of 64 BC archives and 17 archives from outside BC. We have 203 communities, and a lot of those communities want to have their own archive. We also do a lot of training and support communities to use the First Voices tool to document their language. So it's got many benefits. It's open source, it's free for BC communities. With the money that we bring in, we provide large grants to communities to hire people within the community to train them and then to document the languages. What's really important to us is that the data ownership remains in the hands of communities. And we found that there's been a lot of language learning through osmosis with young people who are really tech savvy, supporting the elders with the language documentation, and they're learning the language by doing that. So that's been really positive. And we also have been able to pull the data once it's in the archive to create games, and then also Daniel, who's here, has worked on the ability to batch upload existing dictionaries and audio files. And I really want to acknowledge the linguists that are helping us in British Columbia, because they've been very generous with the dictionaries and allowing communities to use those. And it's so strange to me as a person who came into this to understand that a lot of the language data has been documented by outsiders who then copyright it, and then some are reluctant to share it back. And this has been a huge issue, but we've been quite successful to work with them, and we are going to be uploading 4 new dictionaries just this year. So that's been really, really wonderful. So these last 2 slides, I just wanted to talk a bit about what we have to offer based on our experience, and this little bit of advice that we have for communities that may be starting out, just starting to work in tech. We really encourage people to get a mandate from communities before you start. 1 minute? Okay, before you start working in languages, and then to ensure that you curate and control your own data, and be prepared to make a long-term commitment for supporting and investing in tech. This is not a one-off. Like, people get excited about developing an app. Well, guess what? It's broken in 6 months after you develop, as soon as iOS changes. And that you really need to stand your ground and be the leader on the projects and help tech companies understand Indigenous peoples and our unique ways of being. And for tech companies, become an ally to Indigenous peoples and build long-term reciprocal relationships. What I mean by that is, in our experience, we partnered sometimes with small tech companies, and they would move away and go and do something else, and we would have something that we would need to fix, and they wouldn't be able to do that. So our data was captive then on this resource that was now broken. And then with the larger companies, it's like, sign this non-disclosure agreement. We're going to work with you, but over here in the dark, and then we'll have a launch. And then at that launch, you'll see what we built for you. Well, guess what? The data's all wrong. You've got all kinds of information up there about us. So it's been very, very challenging, and it's such a one-way street. And so I would really encourage tech companies to consider separating your work when you're working with Indigenous peoples, and take a community development model and approach versus a business model. We're not a startup. We're not a market. We don't have money, most of us, so so don't call us a market, you're not gonna make money off of us. But what you can do is share your expertise and contribute toward the tech capacity. You know, host things for us and share your knowledge and abilities. And I encourage people to respect the values and expertise of Indigenous knowledge keepers. We are your equals. They are, you know, our experts, and they should be acknowledged in that. And most importantly, please do not compete with Indigenous peoples for funding. This has happened a lot in Canada since the federal money's been announced. There's been mainstream organizations that are competing with Indigenous communities for funding. And they get it, and then they come to us for help because they don't know what to do. And it's been a very, very challenging year for our organization because of that. And again, you know, where do you get your mandate from to mine data? Ensure if you're working with Indigenous languages that the communities are the ones that control that data. So just one last comment, sorry. So I just want to finish by saying that the work that we're doing in language revitalization is not a game, a scheme, or a PR opportunity. Our work is in response to address the cultural genocide that's been perpetrated on us in the past and the continued colonization of our languages online by projects that are not Indigenous-led. So if you're ready to value Indigenous people as experts on themselves and you're ready to challenge the status quo, we really welcome you to come and support us on this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you again to our last speaker for another interesting talk. I think you agree this penultimate session has been very interesting and lots again for us to think about. Unfortunately, there's no question time scheduled at the end of this session because we need now to move on to our final session, which will be a wrap-up, and there will be, I hope, time for discussions then. So this session concludes now. Thank you very much.
Just before we start the next session, I promised to tell you about the transportation. There is buses leaving for Charles de Gaulle every hour and half an hour. So 5, 5:30, 6, 6:30. From a 5 minutes walk from here, it's called the Eiffel Tower Suffren stop. Next one. Sakti. Next one. Oh. Okay. So we are at this Avenue de Ségur. It's about 10-15 minutes walk to the Air France bus stop. And this is the timetable for those who have to go and take their plane tonight. Usually it's about 1 hour, but because it's Friday, it's a strike time, you may have to take probably longer than that. But I hope that you will stay with us for the closing session and remarks that will start immediately. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad that most of you managed to stay with us till now. We are having some closing statements, remarks about the 3 days that we spent all together. I will probably give the floor immediately to our host. I think we expected Mr. Moaz Chakshuk. Do you want to convey his apologies, Garda?
So good afternoon, everybody. Labas vakaras, dobry večer, bonsoir, guten Abend. What else? Can you say a few words? Can you say guten Abend, bonsoir, dobry večer in your own language? 1, 2, 3, say it. Oh, not very loud. Okay, let's practice next time. Indeed, thank you very much, Mr. Chakri, for invitation to deliver the closing remarks. Mr. Chakshuk, our Assistant Director General for Communication Information, requested us, my colleague Ayako, to try and me to be present with you for the closing session. And of course, we welcome as well our Chair of Intergovernmental Information for All Program, and as well Vice Chair next to me, and our colleagues and partners from ELRA to join those closing remarks. And first of all, it's a great honor to be here with you, and great honor as well to deliver those closing remarks to this important conference. And I would like once again to repeat, maybe sometimes it sounds really repetitive, but I would say it's important to thank everybody who was involved from beginning and showed a very strong, sometimes very sharp commitment, if I can say something like this in English, and as well for their dedication to linguistic diversity and multilingualism and language technologies. And I would like to start from the government of Ikhantin-Mansiyski Autonomous Okrug UGRA from Russian Federation. I would like as well to thank once again the European Language Resources Association and its special interest group on under-resourced languages. I would like as well once again to thank UNESCO Intergovernmental Information for All program and my dear colleague Jakob, who've been working already for several months on organization of this conference. And it's not over. It's not over. Then I would like to thank as well Evgeny Kuzmin, who is next to me, who as well represents not only the IFOP as a chair, but as well Russian IFOP committee, and as well works in Inter-Regional Library Cooperation Center in the Russian Federation. And many, many of you, public partners, private organizations, all sponsors who made it possible to happen. This is very important. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of UNESCO. Thank you very much for your contribution. It's very important for us to be here today to share our knowledge, our experience. So I must say congratulations, all of us. And we were glad to see your active participation in this conference, which actually provided for us a very important and new international platform for fruitful discussions. We were here more than 400 people coming from different parts of the world, and in UNESCO terms, we represented all social cultural regions. And that is a very big achievement, bringing different partners from all around the world to this place. We have heard that there are many strikes ongoing around the world, including in our city, Paris, where we are, but it did not prevent us to come together and stay until Friday evening, all together, actively engaged in dialogue, discussion, brainstorming, as well as developing new ideas for future action. So the protection and promotion and access to language technologies, it's very important. It's a timely topic. And the different sub-themes of the context, achievement, and challenges that we had discussed over these 2 days are vital for our outcomes today. And this is a conference which is another achievement on our way. It's just one of the steps. But it's an important step because we've been able to bring together so many important stakeholders. Every single person in the room should be proud, committed, and as well thanked for your presence today. As you are involved in linguistic matters on social, academic, political, business, economic level, and with all your recommendations and experiences what you shared with us. Linguistic diversity and multilingualism, as well as language technologies, should be part of your development. Or we could say as well, it is a part of your development. And we are happy to see that we were able to focus on the opportunities and challenges, to review as well the context of emerging language technologies, and to create new contents, tools and resources, and elaborate up-to-date solutions and policies in language field. Just as you've done those days, it is highly important for us to hear different voices in this room. We need to fully embrace the role of language technology, multilingualism, linguistic diversity, and especially where technology plays more and more important role in content creation, dissemination of linguistic information and knowledge around the world, and in provision of quality services and products. Technology makes the world more accessible for all of us. But it's not alone. We need as well to have content, services, and brilliant minds together working hand in hand. As we are at the end of 2019, we have 3 weeks left. It was a very important and special year for all of us because United Nations General Assembly, almost at the same time in 2016, proclaimed that this year would be International Year of Indigenous Languages. And we, as UNESCO, we were requested to act as leading UN agency. We took this one with great honor, but as well with dedication and responsibility. And I must say that it wasn't very easy, but it was inspiring. And most importantly, what this conference led us to the outcomes of International Year. And it should be seen as a starting point, as a new and long-term commitment. We really would like to see what we leave this room with a long-term commitment. And finally, let me thank all the speakers, moderators, rapporteurs, once again organizers, including organizers of the exhibition, those who presented many, many posters, those who supported us and who were involved in the organization of this important conference. And once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mgarda. Please convey our thanks to Mr. Shakshuk for his nice words, but also for his support over the passing months and weeks. As you have understood, the event was structured along 3 days. We tried, all of us, to set up the context about multilingualism for building knowledge societies. That was really the background that we want to share with all of you. Then we tried to look at the achievements, in particular for the language technologies that are applied to a number of languages today and how they could address linguistic diversity and multilingualism. And today, we try to address the issues that have to do with the digital divide and multilingualism with a particular focus on the indigenous languages. Now it's my great pleasure to share with you to hand over to my friend Evgeny Kosmin about the wrap-up of day 1. Okay, I will speak from both. Yeah, do you want? I can give you this. No. I do it for you. So Evgeny Kosmin is the vice chair of IFAP. Please.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I also congratulate you with the finishing of this wonderful, fantastic conference. There is no bigger joy than to listen for the whole day the best experts of the world, and there is nothing more exhausting to sit on one place and to listen to the cleverest people of the world. We had 3 days of this conference, and the first day was organized by government of Khanty-Mansiysk and Intergovernmental Council for UNESCO Information for All program, which is, as you know, is the major program of UNESCO in communication and information sphere. So the first day was totally devoted to political, economical, social, cultural, educational, communicational, and other aspects of promoting multilingualism and providing linguistic diversity in cyberspace, including technological aspects. But we slightly touched technological aspects, as we were aware that it will be detailed discussed, in the next 2 days. So we had 4 sessions, and these sessions were named as Multilingual Landscape and Indigenous Languages. The second one was Languages and Communication in the 21st Century. The third session was devoted to Language Policies and Globalization, national policies, international policies, institutional and local policies. And the fourth session was devoted to multilingualism in education and research. We were aiming to lay a path for language technologies to go smoothly, to penetrate in all linguistic communities, and so that linguistic communities can benefit from application of and implementation of language technologies. So as we now discuss the final report of this important conference, we are completely sure that the final report must be read in conjunction with the compilation of the final documents of major international conferences on preservation of languages and development of linguistic diversity in cyberspace, held in framework of UNESCO's Information for All program that took place from 2008 till 2019. Languages is not only a dimension of culture and identity, but also a key component of all societal processes, and therefore multilingualism must be considered as an essential operational factor in achieving SDGs in quality education, sustainable cities and communities, zero hunger, climate action, decent work and economic growth, and peace, justice, and strong institutions. Globally, languages are repositories of a rich and vast amount of human heritage and crucial knowledge necessary for health, well-being, and participation in the local and worldwide community and economy, as well as the necessary instruments for social life, ethical behavior, as well as the expression and dissemination of social and cultural traditions, self-identification, and preservation of human dignity. The dissemination of multilingual information on the history, languages, and culture of different nations enriches our ability to analyze facts, events, and behaviors thanks to multiple viewpoints contributing to the promotion of tolerance and mutual understanding and the peaceful, sustainable development of contemporary civilization. Cultural diversity and multilingualism are enablers of well-being and of the successful flourishing of humans. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognizes the essential nature of languages for the realization of fundamental human rights and freedoms. Therefore, language should be considered as the key asset by all stakeholders for ensuring sustainable developments and peace. Many linguistic communities remain underprivileged in enjoying and exercising their rights and freedoms, in expressing their views and opinions, and communicating in a most meaningful and effective manner. Constant technological progress has brought about multiple opportunities for diverse users, including people with disabilities, to access, create, and share information and knowledge in various languages, and to benefit from new models of learning and socio-economic development. Technological process not only changed the way language communities communicate with each other, but also how they contribute to language documentation, revitalization, monitoring, and maintenance. Regrettably, we learned that even in these modern times, information and communication technologies are not evenly spread and made available around the world. There are deep inequalities in terms of universal access to information and knowledge. The growing digital divide is even more reinforced by the existing linguistic divide. As part of the UNESCO team, we are convinced that linguistic diversity and multilingualism has a key role to play in the fostering pluralistic, equitable, open, and inclusive knowledge societies. In this regard, we all support the safeguarding of all languages and their inclusion in the digital world, in particular those which are not represented online, and the creation and dissemination of the local content on the internet and mass communication channels. As I already said, the context of the conference day one was multilingualism for building knowledge societies. We discussed such themes like linguistic diversity in real world and cyberspace, linguistic, social, cultural, political, economic, and other contexts of which language functioning, position states status of various languages of the world, not only endangered, because endangered languages exist in the multilingual context and neighboring with bigger languages, including the national language and the foreign languages. We also discussed policies that are led by major institution which has the greatest possible influence on the societies. We also discussed such interesting topics as multilingualism and economy, multilingualism and migrants, multilingualism and identity, multilingualism and intercultural mediation. We have to conclusion that we can make, collective statements. The strategic importance of language policy to development and democracy, with full participation of all sectors of the society, civil sector, government, industry, including the education sector, which is playing the crucial role. Values are produced between languages provide more value than those produced within a single language. Multilingualism using one's mother tongue as a base strengthens confidence. Indigenous languages matter for development and for democracy. Any language policy equates to social policy, and therefore language is the fundamental component of and relates directly to identify individual or collective belonging and social cohesion. Multilingualism is a vital necessity for governments and society and is central to basic human rights and equality. Each person has the right to express themselves in their own language, including sign language for those who are deaf and hard of hearing. Indigenous knowledge and languages are at utmost importance, specifically pertaining to its inherent respect for biodiversity, linguistic and other diversities. Multilingualism inevitably means higher quality education and better job opportunities. Linguistic diversity and by extension multilingualism is a guardian of human experience since it is reflective of the historic, geographic and ethnopolitical condition of humanity. It is the most productive within the framework of mutual understanding, respect and cooperation. Some concerns that have been raised during the first day. In some regions, only 1 out of 10 children can distinguish between real and fake news. This underlines the importance of information literacy and the ability to receive information in one's own language in order to better identify quality and true information. Language preservation is a critical challenge. This is exacerbated by the risk of the uniformization of human thought in relation to the world due to the commodification of predominant languages like English within a cyberspace. This commodification of predominant languages, uniformization and commodification pose additional risks to cultural and linguistic diversity. Local and national policies are required to support language development and preservation. There are needs for more technical, human and financial resources to support such development and preservation. Ideologies, specifically of political nature, still influence language policies. And finally, due to the complexity of individuals' socio-linguistic profiles, there is a need for critical language awareness. We have made recommendations, draft recommendations, to be included in the final document. And I will read this recommendation, and I will ask Khalid to show this on screen. Although there are concerns about emerging technologies, it may provide hope towards building the solutions to ensuring representation and preservation of minority and indigenous languages in cyberspace. In this instance, it is imperative to consider digital, media and information literacy in order to address digital divides within and between communities. Linguistic policies in countries, science-based, multifaceted linguistic policies in countries, especially within developing countries, should be designed, elaborated and implemented. Within such policy, there's several, a certain social institutions should be appeared and function efficiently. Languages should be introduced in the educational system, first of all, from primary to primary, secondary, tertiary, and informal educational systems. It is important to make use of intergovernmental bodies, such as the Information for All program, to build strong coalitions, such as the events which occurred in Khanty-Mansiysk from 217 and till 219, and in Yakutsk on tangible and intangible impact of information and communication, as well as preservation of languages and development of linguistic diversity in cyberspace. The key is to foster partnerships with civil society, industry, government, academia, as well as following inter- and transdisciplinary approaches. The idea of holding this conference was to bring together specialists who are concentrated and focused on social, political, and other humanitarian aspects of multilingualism, and those who are working on developing language technologies. Further recommendations. Common frameworks of references for languages are required together with new instruments for multilingualism, which need to be developed. It is recommended that languages are linked to mainstream sustainable development goals. Multilingual content and access must be promoted and preserved. Qualified experts need to be trained together with updated and well-developed software and language technologies. Capacity building is required to mobilize local communities and in particular youth to promote local languages. Robust indicators are needed, and academia should play a key role to continue conducting research on languages and the internet, not to be used just for marketing and commercial purposes. And last but not least, local and indigenous languages need to be revitalized as a tool of communication and then must also be archived in order to be preserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Evgeny. Now it's, I'm handing over to Gilles Ada, who was probably one of the guys that you heard from more often about all the content of the 2 days. Gilles, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Khalid. This is a last minute presentation, so I took notes, so sorry about that. About the day 2, which deal with achievements, we had 2 sessions in the keynote about innovation and about the science which is behind these innovations. And also a session about structural activities which help to develop this and especially scientific activities. What we saw is that language technologies are available but only for few languages, and that scientists are doing their best to be able to process more. But we also saw that we are very, very far from being able to have a really useful application for even a significant fraction of these 7,000 languages. Another point was also that using the classical way of developing an application for a new language by the creation of specific corpora, lexicon, and so on, is a much too costly way to address the problem and do not scale up to the 7,000 languages. And also we heard that developing this way application and just cutting the cost will result in poor application and bad results. So we need also evaluation of this application. What we need is a new way of thinking. So today, in day 3, we saw also 2 sessions and a keynote about the actual situation of the minority and indigenous languages, and also the real situation of language technologies for these languages. And we heard that the expectations are high. We have been able also to see the gap between what the science is able to do during the day 2 and what is the real situation in these communities. We were able also to see a number of wonderful initiatives aiming at making the LT4 a reality about documentation, revitalization, and even cultural heritage. And we saw this afternoon, in session 10, some new scientific ways of dealing with language, with multilinguality or with the zero research approach. But we saw also that even with this new way of thinking, we are still very far from addressing the 7,000 languages. And also that we are lacking a solution to, about the cost of scaling up, despite this initiative. So we need still need some basic research, but also some policy decision about, in order to reach a usable level for language technologies for a significant proportion of existing language. And a final question concerns the agenda regarding the urgency of the situation of many endangered languages. So here you have the, well, LT4 in a nutshell. So summarize quite badly the variety of presentation, so keep that. So now we had 3 days of full of interesting talks and discussions, but now we are at the moment we should think about what the next step could be and what could be the outcome of this conference. So the first thing is that the outcome should stay in this international framework provided by UNESCO. We see with the organization of this event the interest to be this international framework. To write together these outcomes, we could build upon what is already existing, which are the outcomes of the International Year of Indigenous Language, which already exist and in which some of us already had contributed and will be presented afterwards. But I want to stress a specific point about the relation between the scientists and the different language community. We saw a large number of wonderful presentations about the innovation that use rocket science, artificial intelligence, neural networks, deep learning, and so on, innovations that could or should help the language communities. We saw also that all the linguistic knowledge we acquire, especially on minority and indigenous languages. However, we heard also that the people from these communities claim that we, scientists, should ask them what could be useful for them. Science and scientists have their own agenda, and that is good. Science is a human right. However, in this specific case, the science could not put apart the fact that they deal with communities with specific needs. Ignoring this fact is unethical, both scientifically and socially speaking. The scientists should be aware of their social role, and I'm sure that many of them, and especially the ones who are there, do have this social awareness. So our opinion is that we lack a global space where scientists could meet the different communities so they could share their point of view. This is not especially new. There are many initiatives like that everywhere, but they are local ones, not a global initiative, and science is global. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gilles. Some of you might have heard about all the work that is being done to make sure that we end up with documents that are useful for us, both for the year but also for the decade that we are trying to do. We had an editorial, a drafting group, and many contributors that I'm showing here, but I'm handing over to our UNESCO colleagues to tell us more about that. And this is UNESCO Secretariat, Mgarda Kasinskate and Jaco Dutoit. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So what you can see it on the screen, we suggest what the conference outcome document would be built, taking into consideration the work what we've done during the International Year of Indigenous Languages. And some of you were very actively involved, hosted a number of regional events, international conferences, workshops, suggested a number of important conclusions, recommendations during the preparatory process of strategic outcome document, and we truly appreciate your efforts, your contributions. And those who were not involved in International Year, it is important that you would be informed how we arrived to strategic outcome document. And if you haven't seen it, it's available on UNESCO website and as well on dedicated platform for International Year, which actually summarizes all the contributions we received around the world during this year. And one important point that we arrived all together, despite of our differences, whether it's ethnicity, gender, scientific, economic, social, political background, we arrived to 7 conclusions. And this document presents them. And that relates to development, to the human rights, to strategies, empowerment, progress, synergy, and sustainability. And one of those conclusions are clearly dedicated to progress. And what you can see it on the screen, this is just a short version, a conclusion which relates to technologies. But I must say as well that there are many other conclusions which could clearly be linked with social, economic, and other aspects, and could be as well integrated in the document, building on the Thursday contributions that we have heard from the Vice Chair of IFAP. And if we move to next slide, just to understand where it comes with strategic outcome document. It's been a long journey, and we were trying to make all possible, but the key principle of International Year, which was built on multi-stakeholderism, would be truly reflected in the strategic outcome document. And we started this process kind of at the same time when we were going through the preparation of this international conference, which helped us as well to bring in a number of important contributions, experts, along with side with we organizing regional consultations, international consultations, whether it was in Geneva during the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous people. We as well had a number of consultations during the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, as well as conferences which took place in Paraguay, in China, in Ecuador, in Canada. Our important contributions were received as well working with our colleagues from ACALAN and African Union. And the latest consultations what we had was in Latin American and Caribbean region in Peru. So what you can see, we developed first preliminary ideas already in April. We had as well consultations, as I said already, in July. And we shared the zero draft document, which we discussed during several events and occasions. And I'm very happy to see around a number of contributors who were present during those regional meetings. And one of the important things that it came up, and I really would like to see if in the room we have Mrs. Aili Keskitalo, who's a member of the steering committee, and she was one who was actually strongly advocating what we need to address the issues of language technology within the context of International Year. And this is why, in a way, we arrived today to this conference because we had a very strong activist around the world who were saying that intergenerational transmission is not possible if we do not reflect, as well as among many important social, economic, political issues, as well as language technology aspects. So the strategic outcome document was presented to the General Conference of UNESCO just a few weeks ago, which was approved and adopted, and it will serve as drafting as well strategic outcome document of the conference. But at the same time, if we move to next slide, we would like to suggest that contributions were received during the discussions, which were moderated by a number of really brilliant moderators, speakers and rapporteurs, that we would be all integrated in a new document, which would be more related to language technology issues, multilingualism, linguistic diversity, which would actually combine all those ideas together and would allow us to move forward. Why I'm speaking about this, those who were actively involved and followed the developments of International Year, you know that we are expecting United Nations General Assembly to vote on the proclamation of a decade on indigenous languages. We know that the third committee already agreed, and it will be discussed, we hope, in a few weeks' time. And by the end of the year, we will know what is the decision of United Nations General Assembly. But that's what I would like to put within context, but we are not speaking about one event. And this is why I come back to the closing remarks of our Assistant Director General, who wanted to make sure that we leave this room with commitment. And that means that we may work all together, what I'd like to say 10+2, because if the United Nations General Assembly will approve the recommendation, we'll have 2 years for preparation, starting on 1st of January to 2021, and we'll start a decade 2022 to 32. So it means that we have a long way to go, and what we will be drafting together, what the drafting group, the editors, the contributors, and as well all of you who will be invited to contribute and comment at a certain point in a few weeks' time, maybe a little bit later, please take it with importance, with dedication, and as well the full wisdom and experience that you have, because that will lead us to next years, specifically in this field, and it could help us to achieve hopefully tangible outcomes at the end. So now I would hand back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Garda. And now we are moving to the nice part of the session to acknowledge those who were behind this event that we hopefully will be in the framework of what was said earlier. And the first part is the organizers, those who were behind the thematic day 1. Evgeny, can I hand you over, or do you want me to go ahead with this?
I have already said.
Okay. So you can see here the names. We already thanked Mr. Moise Shakshuk for his support. We would like to thank the government of the Khanty-Mansi Autonomous Area, UGRA, in particular Mr. Alexei Shipolov. Some of you met him the first day, first Deputy Governor of the Khanty-Mansi Autonomous Area. And UNESCO Intergovernmental Information for All Program, Mr. Dorothy Godron. Some of you have seen her, but I would like a very big applause for her. Yeah. Then the permanent delegation of Russian Federation to UNESCO, the UNESCO Chair on Language Policies for Multilingualism, Mr. Gilvan Muerde Oliveira, and of course the UNESCO Secretary, Mr. Jaco Dutoit. So an applause for all the team. The end. The next acknowledgement is about the team that were behind the 2 days, and here we have something special. We already thanked Mr. Moise Shakshuk. I would like to call to the stage Ms. Sakriani Sakti, Associate Professor at NIST, Japan, but she's also the Secretary of the Special Interest Group on the Research Languages from LAESCA. She is always behind the scene, but she is probably the one who made all this happening. So I would like her to be on the floor. This is the slide. The next one, I'm sure that you got so many emails from Joseph, but we can still applaud him. Hélène Mazot, who is the communication manager at the European Language Resource Association. Can you come to the stage, Hélène? No, it has to be here. Hélène. Gilada, who is a researcher at LMC, I'm sure that he will produce the proceedings of day 2 and day 3, and hopefully day 1 will be combined together. Last but not least, Garda Kaczynskite-Bernberg, who supported us for the last few months. Yeah, Joseph, can you go? No, I have to. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, please. serve it.
Belle surprise.
Well, I'm sure that you have seen all the organization that took place during the last 3 days that managed to get us the coffee breaks, the lunch, but also the posters, the papers, etc., etc. I would like a general applause for everyone. That will save us some time. So we had Caroline, Valérie, Alexandre, Lucille, Michael, Johan, Elvis, Rassem, Christina, Teresa, Valérie, Gayan, Marie-Jeanne, and Hannah. These are the organizers. We already acknowledged their support and thanked them during the first day. I would like just to remind us that they were also very supportive of the event. We had also, and this is really a good way to go, very strong connections with industry and some of the public sector bodies that supported the event. And I would like us to thank them again for their support. I think it's probably too late. I hope that our UNESCO colleagues will convey our gratitude to the interpreters. They did, and they do, very good job. We are very grateful. Some of you may have seen that we had some automatic interpretation. This was provided by the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology and Karlsruhe Information Technology Solutions. I think Joshua is still there. Thank you very much, Joshua. Well, I think most of us regret that we didn't have enough time to talk to everyone. But before wishing you a safe journey back, you know, I come from Africa. And Africa, we owe the last words or the last speech to wise men and women. So it's now my pleasure, shall I say my honor, to hand over to someone that I don't need to introduce. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, my brother Khalid. I would like really, I take an initiative, first of all, to say on behalf of all the participants, to thank the organizers of this conference, which will be seminal in its impact. I am convinced of it. And you see, hearing what I have heard all these 3 days, I said to myself, it is important to recall that this conference must be seen as a wonderful step toward what we are dreaming since several years, to organize a world summit on multilingualism. Because indeed, you remember how the summit on sustainable development was organized, thanks to the Brundtland report. So I think during the decade of indigenous languages, it will be a good moment to put on the table the need to have a summit in order to involve the head of states of our countries about this key issue, which is still pending. It's good to have technologies. It's good to have commitment to preserve linguistic and cultural diversity. But it is very important to take measures in order to have in all the countries a real approach implementing true linguist policies which will put all the languages of the world on an equal footing to be developed, to be preserved, and to enhance solidarity among peoples, among individuals, and among states. So let us suggest that during the process of a decade, we will come back to this issue and try together to organize this summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Adama, for these very lovely words. I would like, although it wasn't planned, to ask Dorothy Gordon, she's the chair of IFA, but also one that helped us work all together in a very friendly way. I would like her to say a few words so we can close our conference.
In Africa, we don't speak after the most senior. So I apologize, Adama. But let me say that this has been a wonderful experience for many of us who have been here. It isn't good to praise yourself because I'm supposed to be part of the organizing committee, but I know that there are many others who have worked far harder than I have to make what we experienced over these past 3 days to happen. And I really want to recognize my two colleagues at UNESCO, Mgada and Yako. They have worked extremely hard to bring us all together. And then we have the people who were thinking behind this. Of course, Joseph and Khalid, and then my dear Vice Chair, Mr. Kuzmin, who smiles sometimes. But there have been so many people who've worked hard to make this happen. But the joy of it is to see the kind of interactions we've had between the excellent speakers and those of us who are audience as well. I really feel confident that this is just the beginning, that we are going to have this kind of meeting on a regular basis, and that we couldn't have had such a meeting before because we didn't have the technologies developed to the level before. But now that we do, what we did here, which is bringing together private sector, government, civil society, and activists, and I usually label myself an activist, this has been so important. So thank you all for being such excellent and engaged participants. And thank you.
Dorothy and Adama, I owe you apologize if I did it the wrong way. We made sure to have all the balances, gender, geography, political, etc., that I didn't want to stop at a male speech at the end. But maybe before we leave, there is a number of events coming soon. Mgarda mentioned the high-level event to conclude the year in December in New York. There is another one, and this is an important event on the outcome of the year on 27th, 8th, and 28th February in Mexico City. Then we organize a conference about the language resources and evaluation in May 2020 in Marseille. There will be the International Conference on Tangible and Intangible Impacts on Information and Communication that our friend Evgeny organizes regularly. This year it will be 15th and 18th of June in the lovely city of Khanty-Mansisk, Russian Federation, and I'm sure we will meet most of you hopefully either in Marseille, Mexico, New York, or in Khanty-Mansisk. Thank you so much. It was really enjoyable to be with you all these 3 days. I hope that you enjoyed it and have a safe trip back. Thank you very much.